Copy. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Bahrain International. We go again. We're back at it. Welcome to the F175 Combox at F1 HQ. It is day 2 of pre-season testing, and we move to the afternoon session with fingers crossed that we'll have power all the way through, that there'll be no need to extend the day, and I won't have to field an entire array of frustrated text messages from my colleagues. My thanks to the whole team for covering the extended running that we had yesterday, and the ever excellent Chris McCarthy for covering earlier on. We congratulate him on his new role as the Formula 2 lead commentator. Back to Formula 1, we have the floodlights on because it's been a rainy sort of day. The track temperature is 18 degrees. The air temperature continues to be low at 15 degrees. Lewis Hamilton fastest earlier on in the morning session. The wind continues to be intense. It was a 1:29.379, 45 laps on the board. Your reference point for a Grand Prix distance is 57. Then it was George Russell. He did 71 laps. Carlos Sainz in the Williams all day. They've decided to do it that way. Alex Albon gets the final day of running tomorrow. Could work out really nicely for him in terms of the peak running. The lower temperatures means that everyone is pretty happy with how things started yesterday. Will we get a different appearance to the running order? Because yesterday very much felt like we picked up where 2024 left off. It didn't seem that anyone had a particularly bad day. It didn't seem that we had a standout team, although Lando Norris was top of the times in yesterday's session. We'll put 4 hours on the clock once again. And you are going to spend 2 hours in the company of Chris, Sam, Jolyon and myself, and then Crofty and Karun will see you through to the flag. And there'll be all sorts of shenanigans at the end, like we saw in the morning session as well. Morning session that finished with Gasly in 4th, Alonso in 5th, then Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, Liam Lawson in the Red Bull, and then Nico Hülkenberg and Esteban Ocon. I'm Alex Jakes. Here are the drivers. You can see in the afternoon session we have Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly continues, and then it's Esteban Ocon, Isaac Hadjar, Carlos Sainz continues, and Gabriel Bortoleto, the reigning Formula 2 champion, finds himself behind the wheel of the Sauber for this session. And we check in and say hello to Mr. Jolyon Palmer, who is standing by, poised, and dare I say buzzing for another 2 hours of commentary.
Oh yeah, this is day 2 of the season. The energy's so sky high right now. It's great to have you back as well in the booth, Alex. You turned up for this one, and hopefully we're going to get cars on track. Earlier on, we've had rain today. We had a power cut yesterday. It's not been the plain sailing that everyone's been hoping for, but I'm hoping this is going to be a smooth 4 hours.
It is indeed. Did you enjoy your extra bonus hour yesterday?
I loved it. It was handled really well with Laura Winter and Alex Brundle alongside me. And just ease through day 1. Who needs just a 2 hour stint when you can chuck in an extra one for free?
The old power hour coming true. Okay, so we have changed some of the drivers, which means work for the teams to configure the cockpits for the drivers. Confirmation of the weather conditions. Got cloudy there, as you can see, but the risk of rain at 60%. Absolutely unprecedented. We were chatting earlier on in the green room and saying this is a racetrack that traditionally the temperatures are up in the 40s. Not this time, not at this date. Track temperature 18 degrees, air temperature is 15 degrees out there.
Yeah, the plain sailing 4 hours, it might not come true with that risk of rain. Yeah, I keep thinking it isn't just not going to rain, but earlier the cars were all stuck in the garage for the best part of an hour. We had Esteban Ocon going out on a set of intermediates in the Haas, and we've got no one heading out on the green light right now. Mercedes still at work, switching the car over from the settings of George Russell to getting it ready cockpit-wise for that man there, Kimi Antonelli. getting acquainted with Pete Bonington, his race engineer.
Pete Bonington not interested at all. There you go, there's a driver. He eventually turns around. I was going to ask you about the dynamic of this, because we have Gabriel Bortoleto taking a race engineer from McLaren, who knows him from his junior career. We have Andrea Kimi Antonelli working with Pete Bonington, obviously Lewis Hamilton's long-term engineer. Just an intriguing dynamic about some drivers getting the experience. It's a totally different task to deal with a rookie when you've been dealing with, statistically, the best driver ever.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the level of talent Mercedes are hoping is going to be, matching Lewis Hamilton is going to be tough straight away, but they've put Kimi Antonelli in because they think he is going to be the real deal in a Verstappen-esque young promotion. So the natural raw talent, they've seen it last year and they think it's there. But dealing with someone of Hamilton's experience, 39 last year in his final season with Mercedes, the rapport that him and Bono worked up over all those years, and it's the psychology aspect of it as well as just purely the settings. And that's so the race engineer is there for setting up the car first and foremost. So when Carlos Sainz is getting strapped in, he'll be speaking with his race engineer, and they're all there to try and hone the setup. And there are so many different areas that you can do that, and you work out where you want to go in setup, and you work out what sort of tools you use most as well. That's number one. But then you've also got your run plan, working out where the traffic is around you as well, having clear, concise information over the team radio, and communication is so critical. And then you do finally have that element of psychological support as well. You send your driver out into a Grand Prix, you want to know when to G them up. You want to know when actually to shut up and let them get on with it. And these are the sort of things that drivers and engineers work out pretty quickly.
I was going to say, how long does it take to work out when to shut up and not interrupt Mr. Palmer behind the wheel? How long did that process take?
Well, so when I first joined Formula One in 2016, there was a team radio ban. So Julien Simon Chantoms, my race engineer, could not say too much. Now he could say various things, but he couldn't tell me what switches to change. He couldn't tell me any settings to do. I had to work it out myself, and I kind of enjoyed the challenge of it. It was in some ways a more complicated time, but in some ways it was all down to you rather than just being told things. So he would just be telling me, the weather, the gaps, the this and that, and then you tell him what you're interested in and what you're not. Within probably is a 1, 2, maybe 3 race weekends. Okay. But I still remember with Julien in the first year in a race in Baku. It was the first Grand Prix in Baku, and I just made an overtake. There's about 3 laps to go, and he's like, okay, the next car ahead, you're doing great, lap times are good, the next car ahead is Romain Grosjean. It's like, okay, cool. He's 20 seconds ahead. Oh, we've got 3 laps, Julien. Why are you telling me this?
Look what you
Tell me he's just around the corner, please.
Keep that motivation sky high as we get the practice start out on track. Isaac Hadjar, car number 6 for 2025, behind the wheel. And he was hustling the racing ball around the circuit yesterday. It looked a bit of a handful. Paddock whispers suggest that they weren't thrilled with the day that they had, but obviously early days, obviously first day of the test. But for a rookie driver, you want a consistent, compliant car, and it looked a bit of a handful. So he's back behind the wheel. The driver who, now I'm not commentator for Formula 2, I can give these opinions for my money, was out and out fastest in that championship last year, but finished runner-up in the championship to Gabriel Bortoleto, who just had supreme calmness and racecraft and delivered in the key moments. But Hadjar, when it works for him, absolutely rapid, and he got himself the berth. Found out across the Qatar weekend that he would be racing in Formula 1 whilst contending for the Formula 2 title, and he continues getting used to life with the most powerful machine he's ever driven.
Yeah, Red Bull backing him. We heard from Chris earlier on, Chris McCarthy, still with us, about the life and times of Isaac Hadjar, getting picked up by Red Bull, finding a load of form, having an outstanding Monaco outing, and being mechanicked by his father for 5 years, including losing a couple of fingers in the job to get him out karting. Father and son combo, which in some ways didn't end well for his digits. In other ways, the proof is in the pudding, and his boys now testing a Formula One car, ready for his first full season, and he's just doing an installation lap right now. He had a big spin yesterday,
yes,
Isaac Hadjar, and that was a big moment for him because he recovered it beautifully to the point it was just a nice pirouette and off he went. But had he not, the barrier was coming in pretty close for him, and if he had have just knocked that straight into the wall, the whole mood might have shifted. So he was definitely leaning on it. We were speaking about steering velocity and his sharp inputs as well, that maybe is the sign of a rookie driver, certainly an aggressive driver, and he's just got more time now to dial in and hopefully have a generally smoother day.
Okay, talking about one driver who has progressed with the Red Bull program, looking at another with the senior team. Let's hear from the team principal. Christian Horner was speaking to Lawrence Barretto a little earlier on.
So Christian, we made it to the halfway point in testing. What's the overall mood like in the camp down at Red Bull?
Cold. It's freezing here. But no, other than that, it's going okay. I mean, we're working through a program. That's what testing's all about. You try lots of different setups, lots of different configurations with the car because you want to get all that data out of these 3 days of running. So at the moment, we're running to a program, and the data ties in with our simulation tools.
I know it's still too early to say where everyone else is standing in the pecking order, but is there this general feel in the team that the limitations that you found last year, maybe you've started to chip away at them a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we've understood some of the limitations of RB20. The team have worked very hard to try and address those. And yeah, I mean, let's not forget last year we had a car that was on occasion it was very, very quick. It won 9 Grand Prix, 4 sprint races, had more pole positions than anybody else. It was just very sensitive, and to extract the performance was very difficult. So both drivers immediately reporting that the car's easier to drive. They can feel it more, and it's not on such an edge.
Okay, well, that's encouraging. Liam looked like he settled in very quickly to testing. Were you impressed particularly with what he's done so far?
Yeah, I think he's done a great job so far. I mean, he's working his way into the team, and his feedback is good. It's consistent with what Max is saying, and we're enjoying working with him, and he just needs laps. So today he's in the car all day, and we'll see how he goes.
Is he showing already enough that he can maybe deliver that consistency that I know you guys really need in that seat?
We're going to have to give him a little bit of time. I mean, he's only done 11 Grand Prix, so he's not quite a rookie, but he's not far off. It's a big step for him, but he's got he's got broad shoulders, and he's got a good racing head on him, and I think he'll be fine. He's a tough character and very, very determined. So it's great to have that enthusiasm in the car.
And how about Max? Yesterday we really saw he's very good at getting a lap time out of the car, even when it's not quite doing what he wants it to do. Really impressed with what he's doing at the minute as well?
Yeah, look, I mean, Max just turns up and delivers, and his long runs yesterday were strong, and he gave some great feedback. He seemed pretty positive about the day, and gives the engineers a lot to be working through, both here and back in the UK, back in Milton Keynes, trawling through all the data.
And now, just more general question. Got the new engine coming online for 2026. Massive project, massive investment for Red Bull. How is that coming along?
Yeah, they're doing well, and behind the scenes again, back in Milton Keynes, working long hours and long days at the moment. But we're making good progress with the engine, and together with Ford, this time in 12 months, it will be powering 2 Grand Prix teams. So it's difficult to almost comprehend the scale of the challenge, but it was a brand new company only 4 years ago, and now we're fully up and running in a brand new factory, all the machinery and fully staffed. So it's exciting. There's a great atmosphere in the team, and a nervous anticipation as well.
Well, best of luck with that project.
Thank you.
For the rest of the testing as well. Thanks very much, Chris.
Lawrence Barretto speaking to Christian Horner, for our new fans, team principal and long-time team principal at Red Bull Racing and CEO of the organisation. That was recorded before Liam Lawson had his issue with the car earlier on, which is why there was no question about the issue. Anyway, we've covered that off. Sam Collins is here, our technical analyst. As we see Carlos Sainz pushing on in the Williams, still getting used to Carlos Sainz and his crash helmet colours with the Williams team. But Sam, talking of Red Bull's new car, it's been something you've been taking a look at.
I have. I've been spending quite a lot of time staring at a lot of photos of the Red Bull because, quite frankly, at the end of yesterday, I felt I didn't understand that car. And if somebody had come up to me and said that's the car they raced in Abu Dhabi at the end of last year, I was struggling to disagree with that point. However, I have heard on the Jolyon Palmer grapevine just now that the issue that Red Bull had earlier on was a water pressure issue. And the reason I mentioned that right at the top is I have seen some photos now. Unfortunately, I can't share them with you, but the photos I've seen make it really clear what is different about this year's Red Bull. While it looks really similar on the skin, we've heard those comments from Christian Horner, it's like 99% new, every surface is different, and that's absolutely right. The more you look at the photos, the more you start to see the little differences on the car. Just every shape is just ever so slightly different. Producer Elliot in the gallery yesterday pointed out the angle of the front wing end plates, for example, is ever so slightly more inward facing. They sort of toe in, if you imagine. They point in towards the centre line of the nose a little bit more than they did in Abu Dhabi last year. We've also seen just along the floor edge some slightly different flick-ups and slightly different elements. The rear wing slightly different. But all of the concept is the same. You've got that pull rod front suspension, that push rod rear. That's a concept that's pretty much moving towards becoming universal with this generation of cars, unless you speak Italian and you live in Maranello, where they just do something completely different. And actually, I think even Mercedes would have evolved towards that concept had these rules stayed in place a little bit longer. Everybody else is copying Red Bull's side pod concept. You can see that protruding forward upper edge, and then that very distinctive vertical cooling slot and the horizontal cooling slot, which is hard to see in this shot right here, underneath the mirrors. That's pure Red Bull design. Obviously, Racing Bulls has copied that, Sauber's got it, Aston Martin's got it. Everybody's going that route essentially this season because it works. But where the big differences are with the Red Bull are underneath the bodywork. And the water pressure issue, I think, relates to the fact they're running a completely new cooling system on that car. They've moved all of the radiators, the heat exchangers around. They're a different shape. Actually, if you look in one of the side pods, it's a very distinctive sort of horizontal V shape, something that I first saw being used by the Ferrari powered cars, Haas and Ferrari themselves, in 2016. And that concept has sort of carried through onto this Red Bull after many years of not really being present in Formula One. So a water pressure issue with a brand new cooling system probably suggests something may not be designed quite right, or maybe a little bit of pipe work is chafing on something, or is just not quite as well manufactured as it should be. Or could it be that time-old problem, finger trouble, where somebody just hasn't quite bolted something on quite as tight as they should have done, and there's lots of different connectors, and the wonderfully named Wiggins connectors could have come slightly loose and popped off, though it's unusual. You've got swaged tubes going into different sections of the cooling, awful amount of cooling going on these cars, really complicated system, so quite likely that something isn't quite right, and that's why you go testing, to find all of these problems. But the car concept itself does look a lot similar to last year, but maybe all of that brain power, particularly the aerodynamic brain power, coming up to...
Spitting a little bit.
Copy.
Well, that's not the water pressures we're talking about. The aerodynamic brain power of Red Bull would be purely dedicated to this car up until the 2nd of January. They weren't allowed to work on the 2026 car until that date. After that date, though, I don't know how much work has gone into next year's Red Bull and how much is going into this year's Red Bull and its new cooling system, and where it's piped all of its water around the inside of that car. And Alex, the water is once again coming from the sky.
Thank you for that overview, Sam.
Are we expecting an amount of rain to stay?
We expect these drops to stay for the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Well, Charles Leclerc inquiring on the radio about the weather conditions, and we continue to ride on board with the driver who's won around here in the past, taking a couple of pole positions around here in the past. Sam, loving the deep dive into the concept that Red Bull have pursued for this year. Just for maybe some of our fans who are maybe joining us in testing for the first time, this is a mean question, but it's the joy of sitting in this seat. Briefly, what are they trying to fix from 2024 to 2025?
The car weren't quick enough, was it?
But specifically, why was the car not quick enough?
I actually think I know the answer to this. Red Bull had an aerodynamic correlation problem. Their development work, particularly after the Hungarian Grand Prix, they had a really dramatic upgrade at the Hungarian Grand Prix, which absolutely didn't work. You remember Max Verstappen had it on his car, Sergio Perez had the old version, and Verstappen actually, it was one of those races where Perez wasn't that much further off Verstappen. He was actually closing up on Verstappen, and that's not what you expected to see based on the form of last year's driver. And then you started to hear comments coming from Max Verstappen about the car not driving the way he wanted. He became a little bit unhappy in the mid-season, towards the end of the season, about how the car was handling, how it felt. And you heard comments from Sergio Perez saying, now Max knows what it feels like to be me in this car, because Max seemed less sensitive to those problems than Perez did with the way it was driving. I actually think it's down to an aerodynamic correlation issue, very similar to the one experienced by Ferrari. But Ferrari's aerodynamic facilities in terms of the wind tunnel are they're decades more modern than the basis that Red Bull is working on. Red Bull has a new wind tunnel under construction in Milton Keynes after somehow finally getting planning permission, though I still can't find the documents on that. I
like that you looked.
I've been looking.
Appreciate that, sir.
The wind tunnel they're using at present, though, was built in the 1940s to develop British military jet aircraft. And it had big wooden turbine blades, which were replaced a few years ago, but they were beautiful bits of really polished wood. That wind tunnel is a relic of the Cold War. That's not my words, those are the words of Christian Horner, and he's absolutely right. Aircraft like the Tornado fighter plane and Concorde were developed in that wind tunnel over in Bedford. It's not even on the same campus as the rest of the team. And that's where Racing Bulls are also developing their car as well. The new wind tunnel in Milton Keynes at the main campus will be a state-of-the-art facility, and that will make a difference to Red Bull, but it's not finished yet. It's not on stream, and it's probably a couple of years away from being ready to use properly for car development. And I think perhaps because of the age of the wind tunnel, perhaps because of the way they're using it, their understanding of how that wind tunnel related to the real car, related to the virtual wind tunnel, the computational fluid dynamics, diverged slightly, particularly on the area of the floor. The car came a bit too sensitive, and they suffered the same problems as Ferrari did, essentially.
Appreciate that, Sam. A slightly longer answer than I was expecting, but I love the detail. And we're looking at a long lens shots of Kimi Antonelli locking up at the first turn. This is what it looked like from another trackside camera. In the Mercedes, they've resurfaced things and shaped away some of the bumps down there into turn one, but it is still bumpy, as this angle Jolien is going to show us.
Yeah, it's not as bumpy as it used to be, but this is going to be a mash of the brake pedal from Antonelli. When the car builds up speed, you're building up downforce as well, and you can use that downforce to hit the brake pedal with a huge force, 120 bar of force there. So he's given it a huge load of left foot, and it's too much for the track surface and the tyre grip there. So Antonelli with a left front lock-up, which is unusual, and it's unusual to have him lock up so early in the braking phase as well. Normally you get sort of smaller lock-ups as you start to unload the inside front tyre and turn in. That was just an immediate overstress of the front axle, and Antonelli again probably just pushing too hard too soon and getting up to speed with this car. We saw a few lock-ups from him yesterday amongst plenty of pace, but this is the hallmark of drivers trying to work out how these cars are working compared to a lot of the others that are driving a similar-ish car to what they drove just a couple of months ago in Abu Dhabi.
Oliver Behrman out on the track on the C3 tyre. Personal best in sector 1, you'd expect that. Haas have been doing their own thing, did their own thing yesterday, didn't chase lap times, just focused on getting laps on the board. They've been doing exactly the same thing again today. Esteban Ocon logging the laps, and Oliver Behrman up to 4. This is his 5th tour, 69 for Esteban Ocon, his new teammate for this year.
It's just so old school from Haas doing this, just chucking loads of fuel in the car, running the engine in a conservative mode and churning out laps. You see Ocon was miles away from it earlier on, 3.6 seconds away from Hamilton's benchmark. Behrman's getting into it double that, pretty much 6.5 seconds away with a full tank and probably a long run to start. But the interesting thing is they're the only team that haven't taken any fuel out really all the time. They just seem to be running a really heavy car, and they're obviously just content to get the data. It's the old adage, isn't it? We're focusing on ourselves and that's it. And that is to a T what Haas are doing. If I was in the cockpit, I'd be like, can we take a bit of fuel out? Can we see where we're at? You're always itching to try and find a bit of performance and also feel the car be a little bit more lively, a bit more darty on low fuel. But this is the new Haas, isn't it? It's the way of Ayao Komatsu, not chasing anything but getting through your test program. And sandbagging to me is pointless in the modern era. Everyone's looking at everyone else. No one's not looking at Haas because they're slow. You know, still all their rivals are going to be looking at what's on that car. Sam Collins is looking at what's in that car. He gets excited about Haas every winter, and it doesn't matter if they're 5 seconds off the pace.
I was going to say, if we had the Sam Collins bingo moment where he said he likes the look of the Haas yet.
Well, I said I'd like to drive it. Does that count?
You might have missed that.
We'd all like to drive it.
You might have missed that yesterday. A round table yesterday afternoon. Which car, if you had to choose one, which would you take?
I did hear that bit.
Yeah.
I heard that bit. And you said McLaren.
I said McLaren.
You said McLaren, and then Brundle called it basic analysis, which I thought was an extraordinary thing to say live on air.
Yeah. I'm glad you remember it.
That is the one bit I was able to see as well.
And he went Ferrari, so the lines are drawn.
And Scollins went Haas.
Haas, obviously.
Yeah.
So his lines are drawn.
Yeah.
What did Chris say?
I mean, just for the appearance, clearly, Racing Bull's car looks mega.
Oh, I see. Nice answer.
I love the most, so I'm going for that.
Based on the livery.
Racing Bull.
Based on the livery.
We've got
that's gonna set Sam off, though.
Chris McCarthy lining up with Ted Kravitz and Sam Collins at the back of the field at the moment, and the Sauber, the Haas, and the Racing Bull.
I do feel I need to explain why, and this does sort of bring us back to looking at this car on screen right now, the Haas. Different racing cars are designed around different drivers. If you look at, say, Yuki Tsunoda and Esteban Ocon, they are incredibly different shaped human beings. Esteban Ocon is the same sort of size as myself in height, or Jolyon Palmer in height. He's slightly more svelte, shall we say. And Yuki Tsunoda is much smaller. So if you are designing a car around, you've got small drivers in your team, you make the chassis, you make the monocoque as small as possible. Remember the talk about George Russell's feet in 2021, that George Russell couldn't get into the Mercedes with his boots on. He had to wear boots a size too small because he couldn't fit in the car. I picked out the Haas because Esteban Ocon is about my size.
And do you think Russell that day in 2021 was ruining the fact he was wearing small shoes in that Mercedes? If only he had stayed in his Williams.
Okay. Let's bring in now. I can't think of a good way to make this segue work. So let's bring in Alex Albon to the commentary box. Let's upgrade the input significantly and bring in...
No, I was... You're not, because I was about to say I think George would be proud of big shoes, because that means something else normally.
Brilliant start, Alex. Absolutely terrific. You're off to a flyer. Very
How's
good.
It going? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to
like
you.
Happy
is
new
that
season. Too early? Too late?
Happy new season. Let's go with that instead.
Yeah, okay.
How are
Brilliant.
you, sir? Did you enjoy the glitz and the glamour of F1 75?
It was different, I would say. That was my first red carpet event, so you could say I was a little bit out of place. I tried my best, though, and that's all that matters.
You sold it nicely. We saw your expression at the exact moment that you finished that answer. So there we go. Nicely done, sir. We're currently on board with, I don't know if you've got a monitor down there, but we're on board with your teammate. So you can give us... We've tried this before, though, haven't we, Alex? The last time you joined us and your teammate was on track, the car caught fire. So we cross our fingers that doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to comment over this lap? Or
yeah,
what's
please
the plan
do.
here?
Please do. I mean, he's not doing very much, but how has it been behind the wheel so far? Are you setting a
okay.
step forward, or is it going to be a long season for you guys waiting for the big rule change in 26?
Yeah, I would say we're definitely one of the teams that are focused more onto 2026 than this year, but at the same time, the car does feel good. I don't think we've made it worse, that's for sure. There were some weaknesses with our car last year, especially in the wind, that we didn't really like, and there was a big focus this year to try to fix that. So it's a good test actually, this track, because it's been windy pretty much the whole time we've been here so far, and so far so reasonable. So yeah, it's going okay. I think this is one of the corners we're struggling a bit, turn 6, turn 7, with a bit of understeer. But we've been good in low speed. We've realised our low speed car is actually quite good, so we've been pretty happy with the balance in sector 2.
Tricky corner through 9 and 10 as we stay on board with Carlos, and he's very, very tidy through there, Alex. How has Carlos been in the team?
He's been very helpful. I feel like it's been really nice to have that experience, first of all. Honestly, I feel like he's got up to speed with the car pretty much straight away. He feels like he's got a lot of confidence in the car. But it's been really nice because obviously when someone like Carlos, who's come from a top team and he's come into Williams, it feels like there's a lot of information and even just car balance things, which, you know, after a time, 3 years I've been at Williams for, you kind of accept things the way they are in a weird way. And obviously he's come in and he's found a happier place and actually got the car into a good place very quickly into this test. But I've been really impressed also with just how the team have been responding to Carlos joining, just the openness and the eagerness to learn from him.
He's gone top of the times as you're talking as well. Williams hit the front.
There we go.
And so how are you feeling about you're used to having rookie teammates? You had obviously Logan, then Franco came in last year. You've gone from rookie teammate to a race-winning teammate. You ready for it?
Yeah, I feel like it's a good challenge. I'm not going to hide about it. It's obviously going to be a tough year in terms of going up against someone who's got a lot of respect down the pit lane, but also that I just think he's a very good driver. I think he's just come back from possibly his best year in Formula One. But I enjoy it. I see it as an opportunity. I think that when someone comes in with that respect, it's kind of game on in some ways. You know, I think I feel like maybe wrongly I've been misjudged in terms of the teammates I've been up against, and I don't think Carlos falls in that same bracket.
Do you think we've not been giving you enough credit?
Alex, let's go through race by race. Where have we not given you enough credit?
Not you guys. You guys have been wonderful.
Oh, good to hear.
Our favourite Alex Albon talking to us in the commentary box.
Well, hang on. So James Vowles, your boss, has said once he's got hold of Carlos alongside you, he said last summer that you guys were the best pairing in the paddock. You must be feeling good about yourselves. Time to move up the order.
I do feel like in general for us we feel like we're in a good place. We've obviously signed a big title partner. Carlos has joined. It's been a bit of a weird one because in some ways, you know, we started last year and last year didn't go as we wanted it to go. But the momentum has still been going forwards and upwards, and Carlos signing was a big boost for the team. And I just think that we're going to work well together. I think there's obviously a big ambition for us to move up the grid, and the journey is going to be a long one. I don't think we're going to get into this season and be up at the top, but the goal is hopefully when these regulation changes happen, we can be in a strong position. And I think with hopefully Carlos and I, with the experience, we can do something great and really help the team get forwards.
Alex, just give us an overview. This is going to be your 4th season with Williams. Give us an overview of the journey the team has already been on since you joined.
Yeah, well, I would say, to begin with, I remember my first qualifying session was here in Bahrain, and I made Q2, and I qualified in P15, and that felt like a win. That was kind of where we were at the very beginning. I think there's no secret, we've been overweight, we've been late on production, and we've just been, lacking investment, to be honest with you, for a long time, long before even I joined. And so, you know, I've been in the team longer than James, which is weird to think about. But as the years have gone on, not just, you know, financially are we in a better position with the support of Doralton and all our sponsors, but also just the culture and the feeling in the team has changed so much. I can't really explain it to people. But you go to Grove now and you walk around the factory and you really do feel there's just a good energy within everyone.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see the overall shift. Williams getting further and further into the mix. Huge and high expectations for 2026. We were just seeing, to mark off what people are getting a replay of, Jack Doohan about to start his first full season, wide at turn number 4.
Copy, Ollie.
I actually couldn't hear that. Presumably it was something about the rain that's falling.
I think it was decent amount.
Decent amount now. Decent amount of rain. Oh dear, that's not going to be good. Alex, what is Carlos up to today? Is he going to do the same run plan as you, getting the full day in the car tomorrow?
Yes, we're on very similar run plans. So I think if you saw this morning, he was on a little bit more of a performance style run plan, but on the harder compound tyre. He's now put on the C3s and he's kind of going to repeat a very similar program to the morning. He's going to be doing some more performance runs on that C3 tyre, something which we're obviously going to be using this time in was it 4 races now? I don't know when Bahrain is, to be honest.
You're starting in Melbourne, Alex. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
That one I know. That one I've got the plane ticket booked for.
So are you getting the bells and whistles tomorrow for a flyer this time?
Everyone's hiding a little bit, so not quite bells and whistles. I think maybe a little bit more bells and whistles than other teams, let's say that. But it will be good, you know, just taking away some of the weight out the car. You get a good feeling of where the car is in them kind of, what do you call that, high energy tracks like here where you overheat the tires. It's good to run a little bit lower on fuel and just see, you know, how's the car doing, how the tires doing. The tires are a bit different this year than last year, so it's good to understand what direction they've gone in and how to get them into the best window and how you can get them to last around the lap. That's kind of what Carlos is doing right now.
We saw a bit of pre-season prep when it came to wheel-to-wheel action with you out on track yesterday. Alex, you're just getting your eye in up against Mr. Hulkenberg.
Well, I was on a performance run and I knew he was on a race run and he was on an out lap and I didn't think he would pass me into the last corner, but he did, and I wasn't. I was like,
did
really,
you not make
Nico?
that stick?
Could you not have done that? Well, I was already look, he used DRS and I was like, really? And then he was using overtake button because you could see it wasn't clipping at the end of the straight. And honestly, at this point, I already knew I was about 3/10 down, so I thought, okay, well, we'll go again next time. It's testing. I think if it was a real qualifying lap, maybe a hand would have been out the car and maybe a finger of some middle part of the finger. But,
careful with that, Alex. Careful with that these days.
That's true.
I don't know where that fits in the overall picture.
Does that constitute?
I was going to say.
Constitute a fine?
We will find out. I don't think it's something that the entire field is going to be able to control. We've got so many rookies in the field this year, Alex. What do you remember of that period of time? I remember you jumping out of a pre-season test and remarking about the huge speed change. We've got so many new names coming into the sport this year. What are the first things that strike you when you're going to make your Formula One debut?
I would say the first thing is just the noise of it all. I remember my feeling in the car was the easiest thing to get used to. The speed was possibly the most comfortable part of it. The other things which shocked me was just, you know, even I stand here, you know, I've got a microphone in my hand and some earpieces on, and I've just come away from doing a filming thing for the F1 movie. We just did that F1 75 thing on a stage full of fans. That's the kind of stuff, at least for me, was a bit of a shock, and prioritizing myself and my energy and having a team around me that supported me and had my best interests. That was actually something which I only really understood after my second, third year in Formula One. I think the driving is honestly the easiest thing, but I am actually excited about this new grouping of young drivers. I think that it's the second wave after possibly, Lando, George, myself, and a few others joined, and I think they're very good. I think we've got a strong rookie lineup coming into F1 this year.
So who are you looking around at and thinking these are going to be our competition for the year? And where do you actually see, if you had to put your colours to the mast, pin your colours to the mast, I think that's the one, where are Williams going to line up?
I think that it's very boring to say, but it's going to be the same grouping. I think Aston, RB and Haas will be an Alpine. How many have I said there? 4 teams. I think they're going to be the ones that we're going to be fighting for the bottom half of the points. I think it's going to be one of them years where we're scrapping for that P9, P10, and we're hoping for a race like Brazil last year, where you can finish on the podium and do and move up the Constructors' Championship as much as you can. We will talk about prioritizing next year, but we still want to score well. We still want to have good results and try and do a good job this year.
Well, Alex, we really appreciate you joining us in commentary, and we'll let you get back to the part of the job that you enjoy, which is not having the earpieces and
filming
the
with F1, isn't it? Going back for the movie.
Yeah, I've got a cameo right now with Brad Pitt, so I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, he's too big shot for us.
Thank you, Alex. Really appreciate it. It's great to catch up with you ahead of another season, his 4th season with the Williams team. And as he says, all eyes on 2026, but they're still competitive, they're still pushing on, and he referenced Brazil. The onboard of Alex Albon in qualifying in Brazil, absolutely scary stuff. He was really pushing. Of course he had the prang, but the lap that put him P2 was mighty in that first run in Q3.
There was a lot of scary stuff really in Brazil, the conditions that everyone was facing.
With this man going off the road, Ollie Behrman couldn't even see.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've driven in the soaking wet in Brazil, and it is so difficult. But those are the days where, if you are the midfield team, if Williams are still not able to get their way towards the front end on occasion, then you are looking at being back into the top 10, like you're saying, and wait for the once or twice a year where things happen and deliver the performance when it counts. And that's unfortunately what Alex didn't quite do in Brazil. He had such great pace and then had the crash. But you look at Alpine and what they did manage to achieve on the day, Ocon leading the race, double podium, and that's what having 2 really strong drivers in that team as well, it sort of pushes them both on. I'm sure Alex and Carlos will be learning a lot from each other, and it just helps to have that buffer like Alpine had, having Esteban and Pierre right up there. So if one did have a falter, which so many drivers did on the day, the other one was there. Just turns out they both delivered, and it was a huge turnaround point for Alpine.
It was indeed. We've yet to see the man who was fastest yesterday out on the circuit. Ted Kravitz is at McLaren, hopefully to shed some light on why.
Good timing, Alex Jakes. Look, the screens, they are moving across, which means that the floor has gone on. In fact, you can see the mechanic just at the front of the McLaren doing up the last fasteners on the floor. And if the floor is on, then you're not allowed to have the screens across your garage. When the screens move away, it means the car is almost ready. Nothing really to be concerned about, just the usual kind of reconditioning and getting the car ready from driver to driver and making a setup change as well. But they're almost ready. I would put this at about if it was me, I'd say to Lando, about 10-15 minutes, Lando, will be ready for you. In fact, that's maybe what Will Joseph there with a headset will be saying. But yeah, not really suffering because it is still pretty brisk down here. That radio message we heard while you were talking to Alex Albon about the conditions getting a little bit worse, it wasn't raining at the time, but it's now stopped, I can tell you. So actually, if it's possible, it's starting to brighten up. I can see breaks in the clouds, and I can't see sun yet, but it probably won't see it before it goes down and it turns into night. Still pretty brisk, but looks like Lando's going to be out shortly. Where he's going to fit in with all the timings, though, Alex, is a different matter.
It certainly is. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. Is there anything more British than the sentence, "It's brightening up"? Honestly, fantastic. Ted Kravitz forced to wear trousers in the pit lane, but thankfully it looks like the rain is clearing. We're on board with Charles Leclerc into turn 11. Carlos Sainz currently fastest in this afternoon session. He set his time in the afternoon session. He's in the car all day, which is why we were able to speak to Alex Albon. And we really do appreciate the drivers talking to us mid-session. Did you ever get dragged into any testing commentary? Did it exist at that point?
The testing wasn't covered when it was only a highlights or even just clips on highlights after the event. It was, I think it was probably the year after I stopped that full coverage was available, and thank goodness it is, because the content we're getting is magic every lap at the moment. But I tell you, as a driver, I was so pleased it wasn't, because there's just, you don't want every single turn of the wheel to be monitored. It's quite, the pressure of Formula One is intense enough, and especially as you're a rookie. We saw Lawson spin yesterday, we saw Hadjar. It's quite nice that sometimes you can have those moments and they're not clipped up immediately for the whole world to see and then feel the pressure.
Yeah, it's intriguing, Chris, with so many rookies joining the field this year, that they do get the full broadcast treatment straight away. As Palmer says, there's nowhere to hide.
It's a very good point. You don't never really think about that they're thrown straight into 3 days of testing, and they have to do it going live on a world feed in front of the whole world. So every single mistake, as Jolien said there, is picked up on and assessed by all of us here and everyone watching on. So yeah, it is definitely a lot more pressure for those drivers coming in. But I suppose it does get them used to what is to come, because when we go to Albert Park for the first round, there's going to be a lot more eyes on them trackside. So although it would be nice to have those 3 days of testing behind closed screens, they've had many of those throughout their junior career, and I guess this is just a taste of what is to come for them.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear Alex Albon refer to that second wave coming through. So many drivers getting promoted this year after the strangeness of no driver changes the year before, the complete opposite, as we see one of the full season rookies in our picture at the moment, Jack Doohan, who was a multiple race winner in Formula 2. Chris, you've tracked so many of the names that are coming through this year. We've got Isaac Hadjar currently in the pit lane. You were talking to us about Oliver Behrman's last ever go-kart race in the lunch break. How great from your point of view to see these careers that you've watched from a very early stage reach the pinnacle, because I think it'd be really good to give everyone an idea of how it's so many years that go into this. It's not just something, long before we know their names, there's so many people going all in to try and reach Formula One.
Yeah, you mentioned Ollie Behrman. I first commentated on Ollie in 2014, and it's a long journey for them coming through from...
How old were you?
I can't actually... Well, let's just do the maths. I was about 22.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was the kart.
Yeah, you have to get used to the
Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix. It's a race where you fight for a GP plate, one-off race. It was one of Ollie's best races of the season. Finished 4th place in that one. But coming through from cadet days all the way through, Ollie had one of the best seasons that I witnessed. Actually, I think it was 2019. He beat over 100 drivers, over 200 drivers combined. It was to win 2 European titles and a world final in Le Mans, and then he went on into single-seaters, which was unplanned when he did his first year of single-seaters due to the pandemic, and that started in 2020. And since then, he's just been accelerating through. He got picked up by Ferrari in 2021, and he's been coming through the ranks very quickly. It's been super impressive to watch him all the way through.
Okay, I've got a question for you. You've been super impressed by this guy.
Yeah.
Antonelli, Hadjar, super impressive.
Yeah.
Behrman, super impressive. Has there been anyone in the last couple of years that you've not been blown away by in the junior series that has actually done a really good job when they've got into Formula One? Anyone that you thought, I don't know if that's going to work?
I'll buy you some thinking time. So what happens when you become the second-tier commentator is that apparently you have to announce it and do your early work with Palmer, like I did in 2015. And then you get one nice session where he's lovely to you, and then you get the brutal questions. So good luck to you, sir. Anyone that you want to throw?
No, but I'm not saying that. So I'm going to pick out Carlos Sainz. So I grew up with as a similar time coming through the ranks as Carlos, and he was Red Bull backed. He was a good driver, but he wasn't a driver that I was looking at as one of my contemporaries, thinking this guy is the next Jolyon Palmer. I wasn't thinking this guy is going to be the real deal, but he's got into Formula One and he's done an incredible job, and I've been pleasantly surprised. And there's throughout history he had a terrible time in GP3, didn't he? He wasn't competitive at all in GP3. Yeah, and maybe that washed over me, and I thought maybe he's not going to be a Formula One driver. Not to be disparaging, he's currently top of the times, doing a great job. But then he won the next year with Dams in World Series by Renault, and I was at Dams in GP2 at the time, and I saw how professional he was. And you realise that some drivers can have mediocre years, but they've got the mindset and the determination, everything outside of the car to work on it and get better. So, Chris, have you seen anyone that you thought has been a slow burn into Formula One?
Good question. I'm trying to think of people who have come through a progressive rate. I think someone who got very, very good very quickly was Gabriel Bortoleto, but that did happen in the support categories. I did know him from karting, and then he had a couple of seasons in Formula Regional where he wasn't quite fighting for titles. We used to just call him Mr. Consistency because he was just very good at not crashing the car and getting points.
So tell us about that leap that he made into Formula 3, because I think there was a lot of talk for Gabriel Bortoleto when he came into Formula 2 because of what he'd done in Formula 3, but the chatter just wasn't there. There were other names being mentioned for that title. A title he then dominates with a team that's got the pedigree to do it in the third tier with Trident, but he was absolutely dominant. Did that take you by surprise because of what you'd seen at Formula Regional?
Well, what I did see in him was a real surge in confidence when he signed to A14 management, and that happened after he got his first win of the season. I believe it was at Spa, and we hit the summer break, and then we went to Red Bull Ring after that, and that's where he got his first ever podium the year before, racing for Fernando Alonso's team, which he raced for the season previously. And after that race, it was announced that he was going to have the support of Fernando Alonso, and when we went to the next event after that, he took his first pole position, and all of a sudden he was a different person around the paddock. He's one of the loveliest drivers you'll ever meet, very friendly, whether he's had a good or a bad race, but you could just see that there was a lot of confidence there. It seemed things had fallen in place for him in terms of getting a good seat in Formula 3 for next year with Trident as well, and he finished that season with 2 pole positions, 2 podiums including 1 win, and I think that's where we started to see the confidence of Gabriel Bortoleto and what he could do with it. So when he went into that Formula 3 season, he was definitely a dark horse for me, and then going into Formula 2 as well. But one thing I said to Jolyon, he was always just very good at being a consistent driver. He did 40 races in FRECA and he finished 38 of them without any collisions, and in a field of 36, that's very impressive to do. So I think the backing of Fernando Alonso for him was where his
key moment
really started to go up.
Yeah, fascinating. Remember Esteban Ocon end of GP3 when he got the Mercedes deal under his belt, the confidence that gave him to close out the championship. He was under a lot of pressure in that year, consistency as well. It's amazing the timing of the bigger picture can affect the championship results. We're looking at Kimi Antonelli leaving the pit lane. Plenty looking on from the pit lane. Delighted to say illuminated pit lane. On track at the moment, Liam Lawson, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadshaw, Oliver Behrman And the man that we saw leave the pits through turn 2 and turn 3, there he is, Kimi Antonelli, after a really extensive testing program, taking off one final test with the team. They have taken him around the world to try and get him prepared. And he's been able to use ground effect era machinery to do that as well as driving some of Mercedes' very successful old cars.
And it's not just the confidence that young drivers get from signing to Fernando Alonso's agency or signing with a Formula One young driver program. They are getting a wealth of experience and help as well to develop. And that's why you look at someone like Kimi Antonelli, who's been with Mercedes now for a number of years. He's been embedded with a Formula One team. Your Joe Bloggs, who's racing unassigned in the junior categories, they're maybe paying for a driver coach or a manager or mentor. It might just be their dad, who's been watching on the telly for years, and that's who's trying to give them advice, compared to Fernando Alonso reaching into the cockpit and trying to offer some words of wisdom before Bortoleto goes out for a quali lap. So there's a lot now that young drivers can learn and glean on their way through by being attached to Formula One teams, being embedded and seeing how sophisticated the technology is, all the learnings, the training, the data that they've got now. As with all sport, the data game is moving on. You've got to be on top of all of this. All your metrics are measured, be it nutritionally, physically, and then everything that you do in the cockpit, of course. And you can learn from all of it. And if you have the backing of a Formula One team or a two-time world champion, it can be a boost. Of course, psychologically, it's a gain as well, to think that you're Jack the Lad and you're going to turn up with a new Mercedes water bottle and the gear. I think that gives you probably 2/10 anyway. But plus the actual tangible gain, it's some of these drivers that can get in young, they get great opportunities, and then it's up to them to take it and deal with it. And that's what Antonelli's got, he's had, and now he's got to make the most of this chance.
Yeah, there's a lot of success stories there for the F1 junior teams this season, but also it shows the importance of being embedded within one. All the drivers, all the rookies we're seeing. Kimi Antonelli joined Mercedes in 2019. Jack Doohan's been an Alpine junior. Liam Lawson's been a Red Bull junior for a few seasons, and Bortoleto had the support of McLaren before he switched over to Sauber, and Isaac Hadjar since 2022 officially. He's been in the Red Bull junior team, although they began to back him in 2021. So many success stories, and it shows that how competitive it is. I think 19 drivers across the board F1 teams are supporting in F2 and F3 this season, so plenty more on the bench, if you like, coming through.
It's the depth of it, isn't it? There's so many coming through, and F1 teams have seen the value of backing drivers from a young age. Let's have a look at Kimi's latest moment then. I think we've cut away from it before he locked up and went off at turn 10, but I'm seeing the fast and the furious from this 18-year-old. We know he's super quick. That moment there is neither here nor there. Drivers have been doing that all the time. This is the bigger one. It's another lock-up coming through 9, opening up the corner and just braking with plenty of steering angle on. You kind of have to do that because you're braking and turning there, but it's, again, just too much brake pressure with that amount of steering lock. And it's a small lock-up for Antonelli in a corner where it's very easy to lock up, but he's doing it more than others. He's trying to find the limit. It's understandable given his experience level, and that's what testing's for.
I am fascinated to see how he does this year. It is going to be so intriguing to see how quickly he can hit the level. I would be absolutely astonished if he doesn't turn out to be the generational talent that so many people in Mercedes have the faith that he will be. But it's how quickly can he get there? Will there be... it was a really impressive debut season for Max Verstappen with Toro Rosso, but will there be like a Monaco moment when he had the big crash into turn 1? That's the only real time that Verstappen looked like an out-and-out rookie that year. Outscored Carlos Sainz, who is his teammate. Sainz out-qualified him in that year in the head-to-head. But it'll be fascinating to see how quickly Antonelli can unlock that speed.
So when Verstappen came in as a 17-year-old,
yeah,
he was alongside a rookie Carlos Sainz. So they were sort of learning and growing together. And I'm trying to think now of who's come in to a top team even any team really, but a highly touted youngster coming through. And obviously Verstappen has been the absolute real deal. Piastri has shown really well compared to Lando Norris. Generally, Norris has been ahead, but Oscar's keeping Lando very much on his toes. Charles Leclerc has come in, and within a year he's been beaten Sebastian Vettel out of Ferrari. It's not that often that drivers come in and they haven't been quite impressive when we all think they're going to be. The Red Bull seat has been one case where a lot of people have kind of disappointed. They've missed the mark, be it Gasly, be it Albon. Perez, obviously, it's a slightly different case, but went the same way. And I think a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Verstappen is so good, and he's maybe driving with a slightly different style, and he's so well dialed into that Red Bull car. So I'm interested in how Antonelli's going to shape up against George Russell, because he's not coming in alongside a rookie. Yeah. He's coming in alongside George Russell. Now, I have a feeling that George is kind of underrated in Formula One, bearing in mind the job that he's done alongside Lewis Hamilton. And Lewis has been the 7-time world champion. George has held a really good effort to him over the last few years, in fact beating him last year. And now he's going to be the team leader. It's going to be interesting to see how close Kimi can get, and really another metric for how good is George Russell. Can he lead the team and assert his authority in that?
There's an interesting aero rig on the Aston Martin in front of the rear wing there. We'll pick up the Mercedes dynamic in a few moments. But Sam Collins is using the secret signal of the commentary box in that he's stuck his hand up.
Well, yeah, I was just to talk about the Aston Martin there. You had that aero rake behind the main bit of the bodywork, and that very interesting stepped shark fin that they have on the Aston Martin. We haven't seen anybody do that before, so that's quite an interesting little bit of design. I don't think it's going to make a big difference to overall performance, but the airflow over the engine cover and out the back of the Aston Martin is an area of interest for the team, not least because of those funny little ducts they've got behind the halo. I've had a look at the rear of that car with the bodywork off. It's hard to see what those ducts are feeding, but it's something down low near the front of the engine, but I can't say anything more than that because I can't see where it goes. Those big aero sensor arrays, we talked about it earlier today, lots and lots of air pressure and airspeed sensors just arrayed across it so they can compare the data of the real car to what's going on in the wind tunnel back at the factory.
Excellent stuff, Sam. Appreciate that. You will have noticed we've been joined by Lando Norris on the racetrack. It's his outlap for the session, and just taking the 58 minutes to get out there and push.
Do you want a car upgrade?
I would love a car upgrade.
There it is, the McLaren. McLaren have upgraded their car today. This is the second iteration. Hopefully we're going to have a little bit of a closer look at it later on. But they've fitted a new engine cover on the back of that car. It's quite different, and to my eye, it looks like it's been beaten up. It looks dented and battered. You can see it where the car drives away. They've tightened up the cooling exit quite a lot around the exhaust, and then you can see the two little cooling slots just sort of below the O of chrome in the sponsor logo, and they've become really sort of bent and sort of twisted. Clearly intentionally, but it's quite an interesting upgrade for McLaren. Or are they just testing a lower cooling level? But still, nice and intricate.
Sam Collins across all the detail that we're seeing in the only pre-season test for Formula One in 2025. Norris heading to turn 11, getting up and running in this second session of the day. Lewis Hamilton earlier on, wide through turn 11 we go, before blending back to the racetrack. Lewis Hamilton fastest earlier on for Ferrari. Sainz is in the Williams all day. Understeer City through turn 13 for Norris.
Yeah, washed out at turn 11 as well. Got on the curb and couldn't exit the corner properly. So Norris first time on the board for the day. A tough morning for Oscar Piastri as well. Lost plenty of time. A late start, aero rakes all over the car, then the rain, and he didn't get a clean day. Really, he had a clean day yesterday, but it was just running through the programme. Norris had the better of the running in the afternoon, and after the hour's delay, he's out there and got a time on the board, but we saw it and it was fairly understeery and full of a couple of errors. So he'll back off and go again and try and get a read on the balance and start his programme for the afternoon.
We've passed our camera on the exit of turn 3. This is the incident starting off at turn 11.
Yeah, he runs wide coming into the corner, but so many drivers are opening it up to the maximum. You don't want to do that on the exit, and that's where the curb is raised and it drops away. So it might look okay, but he's just not able to commit to the throttle on the outside of that. And that was just understeer for Lando there. Couldn't rotate the car at the apex. First lap, pushing too hard for the grip level there, and just washing wide. And he had the same thing at the top here as well. Another load of understeer on the turn-in. So maybe it's needs to add a bit of front wing flap or a readjust.
So Lando Norris cruising around. And 3 hours to go in the session. We're with you for one of them. Crofty and Karoon will take you through to the checkered flag and the end of day 2 of pre-season testing in the final 2 hours. To revisit the Mercedes chat, George Russell, I think in the same way Alex Albon was saying it was an opportunity, there's a chance there to lead the team, to know that the 18-year-old is going to be taking the season to unlock the speed. Of course, there's also the lesson offered by Daniel Ricciardo, who was in a very strong position in the Red Bull team, found himself paired with Max Verstappen and find himself having to switch teams to get away.
It's a tough year for George.
It's a massive year for his career, isn't it?
It's seismic. For his whole career here, we are in that phase of he's had one teammate who is perhaps the greatest driver of all time. It's a tough benchmark. He's actually done exceptionally well with that benchmark. And Hamilton has left, and he's got another one that Mercedes think might be a future greatest driver of all time contender. So he's in between here, and I think Russell held his own so well against Hamilton, and now he's got to make sure he does that again against Antonelli. And naturally, drivers kind of get better and better with the evolution of humanity. They're learning new tricks when they're younger, they're coming more and more prepared, and at some point the old guard are not as good as the youngsters coming through. The old guard, I'm sure, will have something to say about that right now as they're out there still thinking they can do the job. But Russell has to prove that alongside the youthful exuberance so far of Antonelli. He's out of contract at the end of the year, George, and we know that Max Verstappen, his name has been floating around for about 12 months now. May well stay at Red Bull, but Mercedes were certainly speaking to Max about a future at their team, Aston Martin as well, and maybe Russell and Antonelli will get on famously well, and they'll be the new Norris and Piastri. Perfect harmony between teammates and helping each other out quite a lot, but it's all to be seen.
Perfect harmony.
What, did you not see Qatar?
Did you not see Monza?
Qatar came afterwards. The gift of a win.
More recent example, I'll give you that. It was a brilliant season.
And Brazil,
for so many reasons.
They were mainly harmonious, weren't they? It was. I think the team just didn't impose the right orders for what they had to do at the time. Or they would argue they did, and Lando didn't have a chance of winning the championship anyway. But when instructed, they both ceded.
Eventually.
Eventually, but they did. Yeah, Budapest.
Oh, that was a fascinating Grand Prix as well. There were so many races to enjoy last year as McLaren got used to consistently running at the front for the first time since Lewis Hamilton left the team. Lando Norris, who committed to McLaren early on, plenty of times Red Bull came knocking, including when he was still mid-season in Formula 2, racing Alex Albon and George Russell, who was given an opportunity mid-year to be promoted to, I don't know what the Faenza base team was called then, probably Toro Rosso. At this stage it's a guess. But he was given that opportunity, turned it down, finished the campaign, been with McLaren ever since, and it's a constructor title winning team. Does Jolyon Palmer, Lando Norris, start as the favourite for the Formula One Drivers' Championship?
I think he technically is with some bookmakers. I think he is technically the bookies' favourite. I don't know if I'd yet call him my favourite, just because it's so difficult to look past Max, isn't it? At the end of 4 World Championships, and the ruthlessness that Max can operate at. That's, sometimes you could say World Championship instinct, that he's able to pull the right cards when he needs it. And we haven't yet seen that from Lando, but it's a different year for Lando, starting from scratch, with everyone else starting from zero in what could be the best car. They've not had the easiest of days so far today, but nor have Red Bull, with Lawson's water pressure issue earlier as well. That's a neutral for doing. That shouldn't be happening there.
I wasn't looking at the screen, I was looking at the odds, and then I was like, hold on, that doesn't sound right. And he finds himself going once again. I can tell you, on aggregate, Lando Norris is the bookies' favourite to win the Formula 1 World Championship. We'll get opinions from the rest of the box after an update from Sam Collins.
Yeah, I think that switch into neutral, we'll just have to wait and see if it is a transmission problem, but it may have not been. Putting it into neutral and then coasting down might be an aerodynamic check. That is something teams do, is called coast down testing. There may have been a little bit of coast down testing going on there.
Yeah, he was able to fire back up and get a lot of constant speed, and the team don't seem overly concerned. On board with the Australian rookie. Back to the pits.
Yeah, there is a neutral button. I didn't see if he hit it to initiate the neutral. I just heard the noise and then looked afterwards. We'll be able to find that easily if that was an issue or not. Oh, he's doing burnouts. Must be fun.
Everything's good with the Alpine. Looks great this year, the Alpine, after the non-livery of last year. Up in their French racing blue. And a bit of pink on the front as well for sponsorship reasons. Let's go further down the box. Is Lando Norris the favourite for the Formula 1 World Championship, or do you disagree with the bookmakers, Chris McCarthy?
I think that's fair. Lando Norris being favourites, as now we see McLaren on screen. I think it's got to be their year. They missing out last year, I think, has just given Lando Norris the extra motivation to go and win the title this year. He spoke about, I mean, Jolie and you were talking about earlier how he felt that the title wasn't there for him to win, and I just think he will now have extra motivation, and McLaren as a team as well, getting that Constructors' Championship is going to make them a huge threat. I really do. I know it's a long answer, but I think in simple terms, yes, Lando Norris.
Round goes Carlos Sainz at the first turn. Williams driver in the car all day, and that's his first major moment, able to keep things going, and he takes the long way round, turn number 1.
That's a C4 tyre on as well, so that's the softest he's run all day, which tells me that was going to be a quali sim run rather than anything else, and maybe just starting it without the rear tyre temp that he was wanting. It's a fragile tyre. It's softer than what they'll be running in next month's Grand Prix here, so he's probably nursing it on the outlap and has maybe just turned in and undercooked the temperatures.
So he continues on. Seeking that tyre temperature. I should say, to pick up Alex Albon's point from a while ago, it's the 4th Grand Prix of the year. Here's the moment from Carlos on board.
Yeah, down the gears, braking suitably late for a fast lap, entering with the right speed, but no rear grip, and it was getting away very early in that turn phase as well, so he's turning it in, and now the car's getting loose. Corrects it, feels the car going underneath him through his body, and then comes the opposite lock. It all happens a bit slow at low speed, down to 3rd gear. Now it's going, and then gone.
Almost genteel by the standards of modern Formula 1. Carlos Sainz back onto the racetrack. Sam Collins, do you have a title favourite?
I'm going to pick up from what Chris was saying. Now, I can think of another McLaren stalwart who we always used to see the headlines, "This is my year." David Coulthard.
Hi, DC, if you're watching.
He always said it. It always popped up in the papers, and Ferrari would go on and win the championship. And I feel that is what's going to happen this year. I don't know which Ferrari driver, but I live in Hertfordshire, so I'm going to say Hamilton is my favourite for the championship.
Wow. Very, very interesting. Sam Collins picking Lewis Hamilton to go where no driver has ever gone before and take title number 8, which would be one of the greatest all-time sports stories if you can do it with Formula 1's most famous team.
Go on then. Who do you think?
It's really boring, I'm afraid. In terms of a conversational dynamic, I think it's going to be Max again. I think we're going to get an equally competitive year, and his ability to turn potential 6th places into a second, like say Singapore or Silverstone, both races where if he'd not been mighty at key points of the race, he would have had a much greater point swing to the McLarens. I just think that ability, that run that he's had, the knowledge of how to do that. Of course, brilliant driver, but some champions are brilliant at certain things. Sebastian Vettel, for example, absolutely mighty with that blown diffuser, taking off from pole position, dominating races. Brilliant 4-time world champion. But in terms of completeness, the fact that he's had a run at maximising the bad days, that I think still makes him, regardless of the competitive order, still gives him the edge for me. And
he's so good in the melee, isn't he? The amount of times now we've seen Max start from outside of the top 5 and he's gaining 2-3 places on the first lap. It's very rare he comes through without making gains. And with the tightness of the field, it would be expected that all of the top drivers will have days where they're not qualifying in the top 5. And then it's how you can make the most out of that Grand Prix and open doors to get some big points. And I agree, I think that's where we've seen so much out of Max that my gut says he's my favourite still heading into the year.
Looking at a driver that no one's mentioned so far, but in your opinion, did he have his best season in Formula 1 in terms of overall performance last year?
100%. He was absolutely brilliant last year, Leclerc. Starting another flyer. This is a bit of a lap here on the C4 for Leclerc. Let's watch this round. Yeah, Leclerc was absolutely one of the drivers of the season. It was kind of underrated because Ferrari went in that lull in the middle part, but the consistency that he was operating at didn't always get the headlines that Sainz had a couple of them off him, but generally absolutely stellar year and a very decent first sector for him on this lap as well. A couple of cars ahead should jump out of the way on the exit of that one. You see the angle and the approach and then the tightness of that corner. It's a nice angle to see turns 9 and 10. Flashing past his former teammate, Carlos Sainz, disappearing. The Ferrari traction, I think, is really strong. That's one thing I have seen. The C4 tyre will give you that as well, but he's able to jump on the gas pretty nicely coming out of turn 11's not too bad, but some of these lower speed as well. He's got traffic ahead. Hajar did not jump out of the way too nicely.
Okay, Zach, we are monitoring the drops of rain and staying out to try to reach that point. 5 to 6 laps.
Okay, so that was the radio message to Isaac Hajar, who completely got in the way of Charles Leclerc. But Hajar's doing his own thing. He doesn't have to jump out of the way because he's doing a race run. He's out there doing a 1:37 on the last lap. He's trying to do a solid race run, which is why he's been told about the weather and keep pushing. And he's not just dawdling on the racing line. It looks like he is, but he's just focusing on himself. And he's under no obligation to jump out of the way there because he's technically also pushing, even if there's a massive 6 seconds between him and a fast approaching Charles Leclerc.
That's the difference on the timing page. First sector was very nearly 900ths quicker for Charles Leclerc. Lost a little bit of time in the middle part of the lap, and then he encountered a driver on a different program, and that was the end of him pushing on the tyre. Oliver Behrman across the line now in the Haas. After 3 Formula 1 starts, start 4 will be as a permanent driver for the American team. Very happy to have him signed and on board. He's on the C1 tyre, going longer, and Haas continuing to just log the laps. What did you call it earlier? The old school approach?
Yeah, it's so retro from Haas. Just to never take fuel out of the car and just run round 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds off the pace of everyone else. Behrman doing a personal best. A cool 1.8 seconds down on Sainz in the first third of the lap. And they just don't care. They're happy just running their own thing. I'd always just be feeling insecure at this point, just thinking, shall we just try one lap to see where we're at on low fuel? But they're just sticking solidly to race running. And actually they've made huge strides in their race performance as well in the last 12 months. They used to not have a handle on the tyres at all. Used to have decent one-lap pace and then just be floundering and dropping back a bit on race day with any degradation. But they've really come on leaps and bounds with upgrades, with understanding these Pirelli tyres, and a lot of that is probably down to these methodical days where they're not pulling up any trees, but they're just circulating and learning.
How was this from a driver's point of view, when you were just doing constant long runs, when you were just adding mileage all the time? Is this at the lower end of the fun part of the job?
Yeah. No, it's not the most exhilarating day. It's, you're learning. You're learning from the cockpit. But the best part of a test day is when you get the chance to run the soft tyres and they're sneaking out another 10 kilos of fuel. You're getting a little bit more engine mode and you're thinking, okay, I might go and get something a bit headlining, and also feel the car being so darty underneath you. The G-force, you're getting it building up a little bit more. The whole feeling underneath you, it just comes alive. When you are driving it in a pretty sedate form right now, you're learning, you're understanding the tyres, you're understanding the nuance of how the cars work. Of course, there's balance changes and setup adjusts that you're doing as well. It's not quite as fun and high octane as when you're taking out a few seconds worth of fuel and turning up the wick. If you're Ollie Behrman and you're getting your first chance, you don't care.
Yeah, very good point. All the rookies delighted to be logging the laps, to get the running, building up to a new season behind the wheel. As we look at the Aston Martin, they're encouraged with their opening day. Lance Stroll finds himself doing the running in this part of the session. Driver who made his debut.
Possible raindrops in Sector 3.
In Australia 2017. So Stroll now finding himself with this influx of rookies as a seasoned hand behind the wheel. As the rain updates, I feel like we might have slightly brushed over this, maybe because I wasn't with you earlier on, but rain in Bahrain, very, very, I mean, it does happen. There is precedent for it. Palmer's even been out on the racetrack when it's been drizzling. It's not affecting our running, and it's nowhere near as intense as the rain that hit the Formula 2 test, caused all that drama with the drains 1 year ago. Stroll comes over the line with his personal best on lap 7 of the afternoon for the Canadian driver. It's a 1:32.6, puts him in 15th position. As Aston Martin, slight rearrangement on the management side. They're in conversation. Gareth Allen in the new race engineer for Lance Stroll. We've heard him in the past, working, so you'll recognise his voice when he comes through on the radio. But another new race engineer for Lance Stroll.
Yeah, another relationship to build up. Gary Gannon coming over from Haas, and he's got experience of engineering experienced drivers as well, so this is no particular new thing for him, but of course he's learning how Aston Martin work and operate and all the differences there. We heard from Bernie Collins about how it's not only the drivers that are getting up to speed with different practices and relationships to build up, but it is also some of the personnel, and there are quite a few engineer changes generally up and down the grid, and Lance Stroll is getting up to speed with Gary Gannon. And these are important days for them, just to get mileage, to get used to that voice on the radio, and to get an understanding. The average annual number of rainy days in Bahrain,
I knew you'd look it up.
26.
Okay.
And we've hit consecutive.
Wow.
I don't know if yesterday's drizzle would count as a rainy day. I think today's would. If someone's having to put intermediates on, that's a rainy day.
Yeah, that's definitely a rainy day. Consider that we had, I can't remember what year it was, but in Abu Dhabi we did have a little bit of rain 1 year. Did absolutely nothing to the race, didn't cause a problem at all. But yeah, bolting the inters on, then that is absolutely
but
a rainy day.
Technically, Bahrain has the driest periods in May through to November. So we're actually, you'd say it's sort of a 7% chance of having rain, but we are coming in the season where they have more rain than others in the Sakir.
Yeah, in the region. It is still the desert. It's a great motorsport facility, this one. Used for Grand Prix since 2004, but there is just desert in between here and downtown Manama, the capital of Bahrain.
It'll be good for the cacti, won't it?
Oh, I'm delighted.
You could take a wrong turn out of the track, you're in the desert, amongst the
You are.
the cacti. They need a watering every so often. I know they're good in desert, but
You into your gardening era now, Jody?
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. I'm trying to brush up. You can tell.
Bit of revision. Sam Collins.
Speaking of horticulture, I mentioned earlier that I thought Adrian Newey may have already had an influence on This Is Aston Martin. Just been checking. No, he is still fully engaged in his gardening because he's not allowed to start work for Aston Martin until the 3rd of March.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I thought it was a little bit earlier. I thought it was into February, but no, it's the 3rd of March. So next week, Adrian Newey can start playing with that green machine. But in the meantime, he's just going to have to stay being green-fingered.
Sam's been cooking that one up for, what, 15, 20 minutes? No, okay, fine. It's Chris McCarthy, Sam Collins, Julian Palmer. I'm Alex Jakes. This is the second day of pre-season testing. Liam Lawson, after a couple of cameo appearances, getting a whole year in Formula One and getting behind the wheel, given the nod ahead of Yuki Tsunoda, a driver whose adaptability has been superb. It doesn't really matter what you put Liam Lawson in. His core pace is outstanding. And you might look at his junior series career and go, okay, it's impressive. He's been a race winner in everything he's competed in, but is it mighty enough? It is worth pointing out, Formula 2, Formula 3, he was never with the traditional championship winning teams. Now, sometimes that does scramble, but you're always going to get, even with equal machinery, you're going to get the know-how, the experience, the knowledge of how to engineer that machinery. Sometimes teams go through periods of dominance, and then it swings to another one. But it's worth pointing out, Liam Lawson, very consistent with sometimes not the traditional front-running teams.
Well, he actually would be a driver. We were having the chat with Chris, what feels like about an hour ago now, but a driver that you're not spotting him coming from Formula 4 level and thinking this is going to be a Formula 1 driver like you are with a Leclerc. Verstappen was barely in racing before he was in Formula 1 to spot him. You'd have had to go to karting, but there are so many that you see coming through. I saw Lando Norris coming through, George Russell, they were all together, Alex Albon as well. You could tell that was a wave. Whereas Lawson had a steadier path to Formula 1, but he also shows the value of being a reserve driver. Because remember, it was a while ago now that he got that opportunity when Daniel Ricciardo broke his metacarpal and was out in Zandvoort. Lawson jumps in, and those are the moments as a reserve driver where you can really shine, and I think that's played a bigger part than anything else in Lawson being on the grid, how well he did as an understudy. A little bit like Ollie Behrman last year as well. Had the chance, I know he was already impressive with impressing Haas, but had the chance in Jeddah with Ferrari, and after that you thought, okay, he'll be in Formula 1 next year then.
Super sub appearances can certainly help your case. Let's go downstairs to the pit lane. Bernie Collins is at McLaren.
Hello, I'm down here just in front of the McLaren garage, and it's been very interesting to watch today how little laps that they have had done now. Not so many on the board yesterday as well, and good reasons for that, but just watching the car in the garage, they've obviously done some flow vis around the rear corner, and the guys in the back of the car are cleaning that off as we speak. A bit of a suspension change around the front, and we can see that one of the aerodynamicists stood to the side with the flow vis, ready to flow vis again. So I'm starting to wonder, actually, with the limited running that's been on this car and the amount of flow vis that we've seen, is there an aero issue that they're trying to work through? You know, it's very unusual at this point in a test for me to take the time to do so much flow vis, clean it all off, flow vis something else. It tends to be something that you'd put in runs at a more convenient time, whereas there does seem to be quite slow, for want of a better word here, in terms of the runs, the learning that they're getting at McLaren. So are they trying to get on top of a slight aerodynamic issue? Is that just me being hopeful that, you know, maybe it's not going to be as tight at the front as we thought it would be? So let's see how it progresses down here. We'll keep an eye for you.
It's interesting, isn't it, looking at the car, Bernie, because like you said, them still to be doing aero work when everyone else is now bolting on C3, C4 tyres, but yet it looks just so calm and methodical. No one's rushing there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of rushing around in the garage. There's a lot of cleaning off the flow vis that they had in the rear and getting the new flow vis on, but it just seems that there's a lot of downtime, particularly today with the car in the garage, that maybe if you're totally comfortable with your aerodynamic platform and not so many questions, you just put the FlowViz on. We've seen Red Bull, for example, put the FlowViz on along with other runs that they're doing and take the data off and quickly get the car out again, and that so much is not happening here at McLaren.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate the update. I appreciate the insight. McLaren, the world champions, coming in to 2025, looking for back-to-back constructors titles for the first time since 1991. It has been a while, and interesting, this stage of the test. Narratives developing.
Well, 7 laps for Lando Norris today. He only jumped in an hour and a half ago, but an hour and a half is quite a long time to just do 7 laps here. And I think when you combine that with the lack of urgency in the garage as well, it either screams of they really need to understand the car, and that's why they're taking the time out to look into the FlowViz and the airflow over the car with aero rakes that were on the car with Oscar as well, or it screams of they're really confident in what they're doing, they're just trying to get some checks and they don't need to rush around trying to bodge fixes on anything. They're in a confident baseline and it's just small tweaks and everyone stay calm.
I was going to say, so we've narrowed it down to total confidence or total panic.
Well, it's not panic. I don't see the signs of panic there. No, exactly. So it's confidence, but is it confidence that they can overcome an issue, or is it confidence that actually they're in a really good place and they just need to keep working through what they've already got?
It could be planned experimentation, but even then, 44 for one driver, 7 for the other. You're not going to give up that track time. Track time is so valuable at this point in the season. You're going to have an awful lot of experiments to run. McLaren will want to be trying all sorts of stuff, not just aero stuff around the back of the car. You can see some of those new parts that Bernie was sort of hinting at. They are putting some new bits on, but look, they are working underneath the front of the car. That's looking a little less planned, actually, the way they're discussing. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. No. They fired up the engine to stop us hearing.
I was going to say, it's risky in a garage as well, Sam.
Well, exactly. But I think there is something awry underneath that papaya bodywork, because they would have experiments on stuff that you haven't seen. Aero sweeps, as Jolyn was talking about, just trying the car at different levels of bits and bobs. Try it at high wing, low wing, try some different parts, just see what happens. You're never going to get through your full job list at testing. Teams sometimes say they have. I never believe them.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be long as more FlowViz out once again for Lando Norris. You can see the pot of FlowViz paint, and you can see they're just waiting to release the car back onto the circuit. 44 laps for Oscar Piastri, 7 laps for Lando Norris. Clearing away these works of art that are modern Formula One cars. Fantastic to get into the garage as well, show you as many angles as possible. Lando Norris back out there once again.
It's a new set of C3s for Lando. I mean, at this point it's exclusively new tyres for them because they've not done enough running to be churning through all their new sets from this morning, you'd have thought, with the lack of running they've done across the whole car today. Out goes Lando. He'll slot into a load of clear air because there's only Antonelli up the road and then Behrman, Hadjar and Lawson on the track with him. So all the full season rookies out with Chris McCarthy's championship favourite.
Yeah, the joys of the predictions. You'll be hearing about it all year if it doesn't happen. And you get the smug swagger into the com box if it does. As we head out there. Is there anyone in the rookies, Chris, that we've not touched on? Anything that you particularly want to highlight? Because you're joining us today, on the day that you've announced that you are taking on the joyous job, the wonderful job of being F2 commentator. I've said it off air, I'll say it on air. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's a pretty good job.
Yes.
It's a pretty good gig, I'll tell you that. I know you're going to do all the hard work, original commentary, making it about the teams, making it about the drivers, keeping the focus where it should be. I know you're going to do a wonderful job, sir.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very excited for it.
And we expect the drop of rain to stop in 1 to 2 laps.
Okay, 1 to 2 laps, and they're expecting the rain to ease up. Anything you want to highlight, though, from the rookies, because it's such a large part of the story. So many narratives this year with Hamilton going to Ferrari, the new driver dynamic, and one of the rookies going in at Mercedes, Liam Lawson getting an opportunity. Can he make it work at Red Bull when others haven't? Anything else on your radar?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about Gabriel Bortoletto, Hadjar, Behrman, Antonelli. I haven't really spoke about Jack Doohan. He had two good seasons, I think, in Formula 3 and Formula 2. I'm interested to see how he gets on. He's had a little bit of a year away. So a year on the bench, if you like, and it would be interesting to see how he can now come in. I think that race for him at Abu Dhabi was crucial for him to get his feet under the table. Obviously, there is some noise around that he will have to perform quickly, but Jack Doohan has performed at a high level in 2 of the major championships in the support series, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Jack Doohan fits in at Alpine. We should remember that they have backed him. He's been part of the Alpine Academy, and he's now a success story of that. And Liam Lawson has been a really good driver to follow over the course of the years as well. I mean, he's been off doing all sorts of things. You think he raced in DTM, he just missed out on the title there.
That was amazing that he adapted to that. And the reason it was amazing, that was Alex Albon's year in between.
Yeah.
And Albon just did not get on with those cars the same way that Lawson was able to make them perform.
And he raced in Super Formula. He was a vice champion there as well. And he did Formula 3, Formula 2, came through the ranks there with High Tech. Liam Lawson's had a career where he's gone and done multiple different things and proven he can adapt to different championships. And he's been very patiently waiting for this opportunity now for a couple of seasons, and he'll want to try and hit the ground running, I think. But in his time in the seat so far, I think he's proven that he deserves his place on the grid. So he's a product of the Red Bull Junior team, and it's going to be good to see him out there. And I don't think he'll go in wanting to try and challenge Max and really get after some points.
When did the term vice champion become a thing?
they love it in Formula 2 and Formula 3.
A vice champion? Oh, you're the runner-up, aren't you?
I think runner-up.
Say it quickly and it sounds really good. Vice champion.
It's like vice president, isn't it?
I finished second in many championships. So there we go.
Oh, I don't think you could be a vice champion in my day. I thought you were just the runner-up.
Oh,
so it's sort of everyone's a winner now. Can you be a vice champion?
I take it
we can go back
you
as
didn't
far
finish
as you
runner-up in any championships.
I certainly did. I was the runner-up of FIA Formula 2, 2010. I was the vice champion.
You're the vice champion.
To Dean Stoneman.
The original
F2.
Formula 2.
Yeah.
Before we had the rebranding.
Yeah.
We're deep into the corner for Jack Doohan. Lock up there. Cars trying to make the corner as wide as possible. We saw Logan Sargent deep into that corner with an issue with the Williams in the Grand Prix last year.
So why is Lando Norris the vice champion of Formula 1?
It's not a term that we get too much in Formula 1, but it is in fairness. They do use that terminology in Formula 2 and Formula 3.
I'm not sure about it.
That's not past the Palmer test. Vice champion though he was in original Formula 2 back in 2010.
We can call Lando.
Unless we can change the archives, then I'm not up for that. It's like changing
full champion of GP2.
Well, it's like when A levels get easier, isn't it? And you're like, oh, back in my day, you couldn't even get an A star.
Producer Joe has told us we sound old, which is hard to argue with. If you got great,
you can't have the goals moving.
The question was, I mean, I know the answers to this, but the question was, did you take A levels?
Oh my word! I got some exceptionally good A levels that have been surpassed by every year since, only because the exams are getting easier. So the news says.
The news writes that story every year. You can type your, whoa, round we go. Back on topic and a spin. There's been talk of drizzle in the air. And round goes Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. Slightly darker shade of Ferrari. And a second spin. We had a spin for Carlos Sainz earlier on, if you're just switching on, if you're just pressing play. And he just couldn't take any more exam chat. and got us back on topic of Formula One.
Neatly done for return to the pits, wasn't it, for Leclerc? It looked really similar, just maybe a slightly greasy surface out there. No one's doing a huge amount. There's just Hadjar and Lawson now left on the track. We saw Doohan locking up. Leclerc with a very low-speed spin. You can see the water droplets on the camera lens, and I wonder if it's just drizzling enough to damp the circuit.
Yeah, we see it on the lens of the trackside cameras, and down in the pit lane, word from the pit lane was that it was spitting significantly. Probably engineer just checking things on the surface of the tyre. No damage caused to the car, and right now we've only got Liam Lawson, Isaac Hadjar out there on the circuit. Benchmark time set by Carlos Sainz in this second part of the day. He moved to the front of the field. This is Charles Leclerc. Standing on the power, round he goes.
Yeah, just leaning on it, trying to start a flying lap. And it's a classic, just not having the grip on the rear axle. You've got about 1,000 horsepower to put down. It's not easy to do that. You need to have a very steady foot or a load of rear grip. He's on the C4 tyre, which should give him a load of rear grip, but for the conditions, too much right foot. You can hear him accelerate. We'll hear it again as he slows down and tries to get out of this corner.
Great angle to watch when we saw it live as he tried to correct and couldn't catch it in time. Alex Brundle texts me, yeah, it's raining. I appreciate the confirmation, Mr. Brundle. Thank you for that. But
I've been wondering where his insight was this afternoon. We finally got it on the show.
What was it, 26 days a year there's rain in Bahrain?
26, yeah.
26, there we are. Remembered your weather lesson from earlier on, and we've managed to catch it. So everyone right now, apart from Isaac Hadjar, is back in the pits. You're looking at Liam Lawson. You can see spots of moisture on the visor. As we show you the lap count on the left-hand side, with Carlos Sainz on 68, Lewis Hamilton on 45, and Charles Leclerc after that spin coming into the pits with 25 on the board. Ferrari looking to go one better than they did last year and end their longest ever in their history title drought. 17 years since they won, and that is an extraordinary stat, really. Had a great season, had an improvement season, and of course the magical scenes of them winning their home race at Monza as well.
So Norris, with a bit of drizzle, still hasn't really achieved very much this afternoon. 9 laps and back in the pits. Lawson has 74 laps. He's been in the car all day, so one of 2 drivers doing the full whack today. Carlos Sainz is the other with 68 laps out front, but Lawson had a slow morning after a water pressure issue in the Red Bull. He's been doing a full race run this afternoon, so we haven't seen him that much, but he's had the fuel laden, and he's been circulating, and he's done over 50 laps. So a decent haul for him on what is only is. He's got 2 hours 20 left until Melbourne.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. If you consider the swapping round, that some of the drivers, there's different teams with different run plans. And as Isaac Hadjar makes his way to turn 11, let's watch this on board to ascertain the grip level. Okay, he's made his way through the corner. We're going to send it downstairs to Bernie Collins.
Hello again. So back now in front of the Williams garage, Carlos Sainz. Been in the garage for a significant amount of time. Official line is just setup changes. We can see Carlos getting back in the car now, but there has been some work potentially around cooling, and particularly the left-hand side pod, getting some fans in there, firing up the car and making sure that it's working as expected. And if I just step out into the pit lane slightly, what I want to show you by way of my hair is that this lovely wind tunnel effect is really ramping up this afternoon. So the wind really noticeably picking up in the pit lane now. Very strong headwind into turn 1. That's different than what we had this morning, quite similar to yesterday. And I've been moved by the mechanics to get this car out.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate that. Appreciate the demonstration as well in the pit lane for how windy it's got out there. Drone cam left-hand side. Carlos Sainz about to enter the fast lane of the pit lane on the right-hand side. And just waiting for the signal. As as we go on board with one of our rookies for this year as well. On the left-hand side of your screen, Gabriel Bortoletto out on track as well. I can see from my driver tracker, and now you can see the driver switching from Ferrari to Williams. Carlos Sainz finally back out on the racetrack and negotiating his way through turn 1, where he had a spin earlier on. Spin for Charles Leclerc, spin for Carlos Sainz, and a bit of rain in the air is the headline if you're just catching up with events so far today.
And Hadjar has just done his best lap on the last lap, so he's also into to long running this afternoon, and it looked really passive when we joined him on the way into turn 11, lifting and coasting slightly into the corner, trying to take energy out of the tyres, and you sort of wondered if he's just being cautious for the grip level, but actually he's just driving a consistent long run, chalks up another lap, 6.6 seconds off the pace, 7/10 off what he's done, and lap to lap you want to try and be, the consistency that we see the top drivers operating in, Verstappen particularly able to do metronomic laps within the same 10th. It's not so easy on this abrasive surface, but deg and consistency is another thing for the rookies to get up to speed with. As we see Carlos Sainz out on circuit, and I wonder if he's about to embark on his Bahrain Grand Prix for the afternoon. He's been in the garage a while. He had put the C4 tyre on the car, and I haven't seen what he's got on. Let's have a look now. So it's back to a C3, which is a soft tyre for the Grand Prix, and I think this is going to be now a long run for Sainz. He might have done his performance running. Let's see if he fires it up out of this final corner and how aggressive he is on the way into the first corner.
We've got a clock for Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, no DRS. This is a race run.
So he goes for the race run, having already put 70 laps on the board as he begins, and trying to find out exactly where they sit in the pecking order. If you speak to any of the midfield teams, they say there is a clearly defined top 4, like we had last year.
Which I'm a bit disappointed about. And it's not surprising, is it?
Not hugely.
There was whilst the whole field was close, there was those that could win and those that couldn't. And pretty much those that could podium and those that couldn't until Brazil. But I thought, and when you see Sainz at the top in a Williams and you see Gasly and Doohan having good runs, you think, can they just nibble away at the back of that top 4 pack? They don't think so, whether it's Aston Martin or Williams, who will be hoping to be at the front of that chasing pack. Ollie Oak saying the same rhetoric as well at Alpine. They don't think they can get consistently in amongst the top 4. Hopefully they can, at least on multiple occasions.
Yeah, it's interesting when we were speaking to Alex Albon earlier on, and his remarks about when that opportunity like a Brazil comes along, you've got to take your chance, and that is his big hope. The rest of the time you are fighting for the minor places in the points. We're on board with Carlos Sainz as he builds up through this race run then on the C3 tyre, and the lights illuminated around Bahrain International Circuit. He makes an adjustment on the steering wheel, heading down to the first turn.
35.5 is his opening gambit, which is kind of roughly on a par with where Hadjar is at the moment in the Racing Bull. Top of the times and bottom of the times for the day, out in a kind of head-to-head.
Valtteri Bottas, who is the third and reserve driver for Mercedes.
Oh, it's a long year for him, isn't it?
Is he doing some content? He's doing some content for the team.
Of all the drivers doing pit stop stuff, Valtteri, maybe not the best.
You know what?
Wow, Sam. Hey, Collins doesn't forget, does he?
Well, he's become such a meme lord now. As soon as you see that cheeky expression, you think this is going to be some viral content Mercedes are whipping up.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Bottas, for a long time with the team, and when you're with a big brand like that, maybe the opportunity to show the personality isn't on full force, but suddenly he's always starring in, and deliberately starring in, viral videos and just having a laugh, and he's kept the haircut. Toto Wolff said he was fine to keep the haircut, not so much the calendars that have appeared in yesteryears. They won't be reappearing. But I'm glad he's kept the haircut. and Tash combo. Nothing wrong with that at all. Gabriel Bortoleto back in. No one else was going to offer me an opinion on Valtteri Bottas's mullet.
Well, I won't be going for it at any point.
Will you not?
No, I don't.
Even if the good people watching this en masse decided that was the right route for us to take this year,
would you go for it under immense peer pressure? Would you go
if the entire audience think it's a good idea, I also would not do it.
Oh, I thought we were going to have you.
Even Crofty got excited at the back of the box there.
We've worn him down. It's day 2. He's skipped half of it so far, but Alex Jakes has committed to something.
You miss a couple of hours in a decade of broadcasting, and Palmer doesn't let you forget. Are you turning up to all of them this year?
Sure am.
I'm delighted.
Sure am.
Nice change that.
Don't miss a session.
It's going to be excellent. It's going to be good.
So the mullet is a pretty fashionable chop these days, though, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of people sporting the mullet.
And the Victorian trouser combo.
Yeah, the what combo?
You know, the Victorian trousers that have become like, the wide suit trousers.
Yeah, the former member of this team used to sport.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I'm in any position to comment on modern day fashion.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah.
We have never needed to throw to Bernie Collins more than we do right now.
I was hoping that we were going to get some sort of bet where Jolyon would be sporting a mullet by the end of the year.
I think that's happening, Bernie. I think that's happening. We're working on that.
We'll wait another day. I'm just down here in front of Haas. I noticed that as I walked by Oliver Behrman's car up in the high stands, which is always a sign that there's a big operation happening around the car. A lot of mechanics under the floor. We can see them, a lot of gluing. Rivet gun is coming out now to rivet something to the floor. We know the bottom of these floors is so sensitive, so important for the aerodynamics of these cars. So a lot of work to repair the floor. You can see along the sort of barge board area there, some damage that's been inflicted from some gravel that's been kicked up. So I don't know if it's an off-track excursion or something that's come off the bottom of the floor that they're trying to repair, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon for Behrman, unfortunately, as they try and repair the floor. There's been no offering up of a new floor to replace it, so maybe there isn't one in existence, but a lot of work going on down here, and it doesn't look like going anywhere anytime soon.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate that update on the Haas. You're looking at Oliver Behrman. And Behrman, 19 years of age, out of the car, watching on in the garage. We're watching Lando Norris finally setting some laps out there. What's he on to? A gigantic 13. It's been a slow start and not many laps on the board for the driver who we were discussing earlier on, bookie's favourite to win the Formula 1 World Championship this year, with 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. And I'm delighted to say we can welcome another driver to the commentary. Alex Albon earlier on, and we say hello to Zhou Guanyu, who has returned to the Ferrari fold. He was with the Driver Academy many years ago, and he is now in a reserve driver role, third driver role for the Ferrari team. It's great to have you in the commentary box once again.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. The driver who scored Sauber's points for last year. How have you found this experience of watching the test from the sidelines?
I mean, apart from it's freezing out there, I mean, it's very cold. Sun rain today, not expected that over the last few years here, but yeah, it's great, taking a different role together, join the Ferrari team, and then spending a lot of time with the engineer, the drivers, and then just to get to know them as well. I mean, I know a lot of familiar faces from the past, but it's just great to be involved in this project.
I mentioned that you were with them in your junior driver days and climbed the ladder all the way to Formula 1. Take us through your exact role for 2025, if you would.
Yes, so I will be the reserve driver for Ferrari, which, will be willing to take my opportunities in terms of firstly helping the team development on the background, as well as that, attempting quite a lot of races, just to be making sure that if there's opportunities, I'll be there to be stepping in. And on the other side, looking forward to be working together with Charles and Lewis Obviously, for me, it's a completely new experience being a reserve for the first time, but nothing new to the past. A lot of work, a lot of meetings with engineers just to get to know people and to help them as much as I could with my knowledge.
Joe, you mentioned your teammates. I mean, we're talking, you're into the team of one of the great driver pairings in Formula One history. How are you seeing these guys work, and how are they getting on together?
You know, they've been great. I know Joe from the old days in the academy, but then Lewis, you don't often see him that much over the last few years. But then now working with him, you know, he's a very smart driver, and then with his experience, the way he's approaching the team is already bringing a lot of information. And to be myself working alongside these two, I think is a great honor. Honestly, I can learn a lot from them, but I can actually using my approach, off and on the track to see what I can bring to them. And we've been speaking a lot about the car, the setup, how they feel, and getting involved with the team. I'm sure Lewis will enjoy the people, the fans from Ferrari. They're always very passionate and very, let's say, passion in Maranello over the last few weeks. All the fans, just great to be together, join them.
Yeah, it's a special team when you've got all those fans in the middle of the week to see the drivers testing there. You've got to be feeling a bit of responsibility from your role that you're going to be performing this year, though, because the knowledge that you're able to bring, it's certainly interesting, isn't it, when we're expecting it to be so tight again from the top four. You're looking for every single piece of information that you can bring. You've got a big active role to play at Ferrari this year.
Yeah, exactly. In the past, when you have, let's say, the position you are fighting, consider this year, the position the team would hope or wanted to fight is completely different. So, I have a high responsibility, but honestly, it's no big difference to what I'm used to. I'm just give it all I have. Obviously, this time a little bit more on the factory, on the behind-the-scenes side rather than on track. But I think, with what I was able to in terms of experience over the last years, I think that will really just put me in the good position that can give the details, give the team what they needed, what they want to test it, and give the correct feedback with what I have. And looking forward to it. And I'm sure that plenty of work going on right now in the Bahrain testing, and there will be a lot more in Australia when we can see a more clear picture of how the grid is this year.
And how was your winter, Joe? No race seat, obviously, for you this year, which I'm sure is a massive shame, and you must be just chomping at the bit to get going. But were you able to relax, eat a bit more, take a couple of days off training over Christmas?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, probably gain 1.5 kilos or something like that, but nothing really major compared to the other off-season. But it was just great to be going back home because I don't get that much opportunities over the course of seasons. So when I have these chances, I love just going back, seeing family and friends, and then go back to Shanghai, having some time off, and keep everything on with some training as well, and then just keep me going, keep me motivated for the season. But even as a reserve driver, you still need to train, you still need to get ready for when there's a chances. So I will stay fit, keep my neck training going, and that's it really.
And they got the best coffee in the paddock at Ferrari as well, so you're well placed.
They do actually. Last time I was in Italy a couple of years ago, I still didn't drink any coffee because I was just a growing up kid, but now I do drink some espresso, so they're very good at that, and happy days.
Yeah, it is absolutely the best coffee down there. And Joe, I know you're in your Ferrari role and very happy to be there, but have you already started thinking about maybe getting back onto the grid in the future?
That's surely one thing I will be, thinking ahead for the future or for this year. But clearly, it's not something I'm thinking right now because I'm just focused on my role. But like I always said, I feel like after what I had last season, this is the best way I could hope for, and then it's the best way to put myself in, settle down, just get ready for any action, any chances to be stepping up. But then on the other side, it's it's good. I can learn a lot. I can improve myself as well as a driver, and my ultimate goal is always trying to be, back to be one of the drivers on the grid. So hopefully opportunities will come sooner than later. But yeah, I'll be waiting for that, and yeah, taking my all and trying to grab this any chances.
And in terms of the progress on the track at the moment for Charles and Lewis, are they very happy with the car? Are you thinking this could be a title contender at the moment?
I mean, this morning, Lewis is pretty happy with the car. For him, I think there's like a lot of things he needs to adapt. He needs to get away from what he's been, let's say, in terms of driving over the last many years in other teams. So he's reasonably making some good progress over the course of the day. So it's good to see that. And on the other side, I think with Charles, they'll focus a lot on just getting all the operation preparation and to get the car in the right places they want it. And yeah, nothing really related on performance yet, so I wouldn't say much if that would be a contender or not. Surely, trying to win the title, win the constructor drivers is the goal for us as Ferrari, but now everything's too early to say anything. But so far, operation-wise, all the, let's say, boxes being ticked so far from testing, apart from the weather, obviously, but it's been going well, and the drivers seems to be quite happy.
Good, I'm glad. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back into the warm because we forced you to wander out into the paddock just in front of the team's hospitality. And thank you for joining us. Zhou Guanyu in a reserve role for Ferrari this year, but a big role to play, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him across the season.
Thank you, guys.
We're looking at Kimi Antonelli on the drone cam. Wonderful fixed position that we've got there, and as if by magic, the perfect timing to show off that angle, going deep into turn number 4.
Yeah, almost running out of shot there. Antonelli on the C4 tyre, so running on the softest of what Mercedes have brought here, trying to get a look at a performance run, but not able to get it stopped for turn 4. We're seeing quite routinely now Antonelli struggling on the brakes, which is, so we've seen a lot of lockups. Let's ride on board and see how this one came undone. I mean, he's just carrying so much speed in. The car also has a little bit of a hover over that curb on the entry. It didn't look like it wanted to come off that curb particularly well there. No big smoky lockup. He didn't add the brake pressure that would potentially flat spot the tyres, but he just was nowhere near getting that car stopped.
I've heard a lot of talk from different racing drivers over the years, Romain Grosjean particularly, but Nico Rosberg to a less extent, Lewis Hamilton, talking about the feel of the brakes, the sensitivity to the brakes. In a situation like this, inexperienced driver joining the F1 team as in a race seat for his debut season. Jolien, how different is the brake feel car to car, and what can a driver do about it?
I mean, the brake feel's pretty different from car to car. In the case of Antonelli, he's only driven the Mercedes, so he's coming in from an F2 car to an F1 car. You're still mashing the pedal with a lot of force, so the bite is different. There are different brake manufacturers as well that give different feelings, whether it's Brembo or Carbon Industry, that have slightly different feelings that you get, but you kind of get used to that pretty quickly, especially when you don't have a benchmark. It'd be harder from a driver changing from one sort to the other. But the braking is it's a crucial part of performance. Is the most important thing you could possibly do, is brake accurately with the right pressure. Obviously braking late enough, not braking too late, but then it sets up the whole corner. It sets up your balance, how much you can trail a little bit of brake into the corner. It controls your pitch as well and your ride height sensitivity. So if you're not feeling confident on the brakes, it's really difficult to drive the rest of the corner. You need to have the brakes where you want it, to be able to plant your left foot, get the deceleration, and then you can think about the rest of the corner. If the braking's not right, it actually ends up affecting your corner entry, which can affect the mid-corner and then the exit as well. Quite often you see issues that look like it's an oversteer on the exit. It's actually caused by the entry and the braking. So I think it's the most crucial part, and it's also the easiest part to get wrong, because you're coming from such high speeds on some parts of a bumpy track, some parts like Norris has just been through, you're unloading that left front with braking and turning. It's not easy, and something that the rookies and everyone's going to have to get used to.
Good question, Sam Collins. Good answer, Jolyon Palmer. Chris McCarthy have the best time calling Formula 2 for the first time in 2025. That is the end of our stint, and we will welcome in a few moments' time David Croft, Karun Chandhok to take you through to the flag on the end of day 2. But first, we asked the question, where's Alex Brundle earlier on? The answer is the Alpine garage.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have a nice place to sit and watch the testing. Thanks to Alpine and Jack Doohan, we have an incredibly nice place to sit. This, if you were driving for Alpine, would be your room for the 3 days of testing. This specifically, Jack Doohan's room, as you can tell from the very Doohan-esque helmet sat there on the helmet dryer. Physio table for Jack for everything that he needs through the weekend, and a few basics here just to get him warmed up for his sessions. But he's got everything he needs in here, out in the car at the moment. So I won't hang around in his changing room too much, but watch on the table, hat and some drinks ready for when he's out of the car. Plenty of overalls and gear to take him through the 3 days of testing. 2 rooms, one for Jack, one for Pierre Gasly at the back of the Alpine garage. They're air conditioned in the back of the Bahrain pits, as the pit garages aren't. So a comfortable place for the drivers to sit. And if you are an Alpine driver, this is your route to work through the middle of the tunnel on the way into the garage. We're going to take a little quick tour. And I did ask Alpine if there was an engineer available to give us a show round. They said, no mate, we're all testing, but you're very welcome to come in and have a little bit of a look around the garage yourself. So that is exactly what I'm doing now. Wander through the tunnel. Doctor's office on the left-hand side for team and drivers alike. And this is the route then into the garage. Alpine looking resplendent in blue colours, as the car is this weekend and will be for the early phase of the season. Radios specifically for each team member there. Look, team principal Oliver Oakes has picked up his set. Flavio Briatore at the moment out of the garage, so they don't get lost. They each have their own specific headset. Pierre Gasly at the moment has his headset. He's over in engineering. He's going to have a little bit of a break and then head back into the garage. So that's probably where his headset is at the moment. Jack Doohan obviously in the car and therefore doesn't need his headset. He's connected to the radio system via his helmet. I'm just going to try not to block this pathway because we're not allowed any further than this, but this is really the epicenter of everything that's going on here for Alpine. You've got fabrications all the way through and to the left-hand side. That's repair and replacement of all the different bodywork parts. There's a whole spare floor in there. Big sections of nose cone and all of the different sections that they're trying throughout the weekend, both in terms of spares, replacement in case they damage something, and also in terms of all of the different test items that they're going to be making their way through in the 3 days of testing. Engine department from Viry are sat over just to my right-hand side here. About 15 personnel in from Viry, making sure that the engine function is absolutely right. And then, of course, basic functions, kit for the team, bits of food and drink and snacks just to keep them going and operating through the 3 days of testing. Let's wander through, though, to the business end, shall we? The heroes of the team just set out front of the garage for just to remind everyone who's working the night shift, which begins at 8 p.m. and then runs through to 6 a.m. 2 shifts of mechanics here throughout the weekend. The night shift, absolutely brutal, starts with pit stop practice and then carries on all the way through to the next morning when the day shift pick up again. To the left of the garage, we have the tyre room. Each team has a designated engineer from Pirelli, and all of the tyres that they're going to use throughout the test sit in here, being controlled in terms of their pressure, and then, of course, ready to be put into the blankets and prepared to then go on the car. So Pirelli working with each team in tandem to make sure that both the objectives of the tyre manufacturer, indeed, the rules set by the tyre manufacturer are observed, but also to maximise, of course, the performance of the car. sitting then in the garage. Oliver Oakes in the middle, captaining the ship. You've got 2 engineering stations to the right-hand side and to the left-hand side, and a live telemetry data stream that runs into the middle of the garage here, so they can see every single application of brake, throttle, gear paddles, DRS, steering wheel. There is no coming back into the garage and saying, it wasn't my fault, if you know it was, because they see absolutely everything that you're doing. Sat in the guest area, screens all around for the team to see what's going on. We can't head out into the pit lane because we need our pit lane tabards back on, but it's all business here down at Alpine.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Alex. That was absolutely fascinating, that, and interesting to see the team starting slowly but surely to build up the second chassis in the background. Welcome, everybody. Crofty and Karoon with you until it all goes quiet and stops for the day, whenever that might be. You had a good sleep? See, he's had a good sleep and not turned his microphone.
I pressed the wrong button. I was on a different button this morning. That's my excuse anyway.
Had a good sleep?
No, you seem to have a nice little 20-minute power nap.
I had a proper power nap.
Yeah. You looked very peaceful there.
And I woke myself up just when I was about to start snoring, I think, as well. So I've saved you from that one.
But
what did I miss?
Well, the lights are on and they haven't gone off, so that's a good sign compared to the issue from yesterday. Yep. Yeah. Isaac Hajar on a long run at the moment, so he's, this is really useful stuff for him. What's he done now? Crossing 25 laps on this set of hard tyres.
On the C1.
Yeah. And still at the 133s last time round, so it's good. Practice for him and good information gathering for him as well as to just what a Formula 1 car is like over a race distance.
Out on track, along with Isaac Hadger, Gabriel Bortoletto, and Lando Norris, and Ollie Behrman, and Lance Stroll, and Carlos Sainz. They are the drivers currently out on track, and that one there, Charles Leclerc, I think is about to join them in the near future. Do you want some tyre chat?
Always.
Well, I think it's important to let people know what the teams have at their disposal. And if you haven't been with us so far for testing, A, you've missed the first half, but B, you might not know this at all. So, the teams can choose 35 sets of tyres for the test, dry and wet, but they can only use 30 out of those 35. Only Ferrari and Williams have chosen a set of the new C6 tyre. Whether we'll see that or not, I don't know. I suppose it does. If it stays cold or cool, because it is 16.7 degrees track temperature at the moment, I think we've got more chance of seeing the C6. Hot temperatures, no chance at all. It's not really designed for a track like Bahrain. 32 sets of C4s to C6s have been chosen, compared to 40 sets of the C4 and C5 last year. Aston Martin and Alpine, the only teams without C4 and C6 tyres, which suggests to me that it's all about race runs and the qualifying tyre, the C3, that they'll use come the Grand Prix. Ferrari and Williams, the only teams to choose the C5s, and Aston has chosen to bring 3 sets of intermediate tyres, as we have discussed. Now, here's the important bit on the tyres crew. The C1 this year, very similar to the 2024 C1 tyre. But there is a bigger step between the C1 and the C2.
Ooh.
Yes. So the C2 is now closer to the C3. See, you're catching on. Work has been done on the C4 and C5 tyre to reduce graining appearing on the tread surface. That's surface graining. So that's what Pirelli have aimed for this year. And I like the fact that there is a bigger step between the C1 and the C2, promoting maybe more pit stops in a race where they could have run a C2 and a C3 for a one-stopper.
Yep, and also it'll mean that, more importantly, the C2 should in theory be a much faster tyre in terms of peak performance, and therefore, we might have a race where doing 2 stints on a C2 is going to be quicker than doing one long stint on a C1, for example. So, yeah, it might open up some options, mightn't it? Which would be good.
See what you've done there. Open up some options. I like that.
You got there eventually.
That's a proper tyre chat gag. Proper tyre chat. Bernie Collins is laughing herself hysterically.
She's like doing cartwheels at my dad jokes. Yeah.
So I'd say laughing yourself historically, but that would be a joke in the past. There you go. Either way, that's tyre chat done for the time being. More tyre chats to come, I'm sure, at various stages throughout the day. Lance Stroll, you're nearer the tyre data monitor over there, Karun Chandok. So how many laps has Lance Stroll done?
Well, I believe this is a new set of the C3. Relatively new set anyway. So, yeah, this he's just done a personal best lap, hasn't he? 30.5. So a couple of times quicker than what Fernando Alonso managed earlier today. So that looks like a performance-ish run, I guess. You know, I don't imagine Aston Martin are 1.2 seconds slower than the Williams, if you look at Carlos Sainz as a benchmark. But yeah, it's them having a go rather than a fat run of race field running.
Run that track has not started early. It's just
Why is that Marshall running?
Running to get out of the way. I think Aston Martin, it's all about creating a car that both Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll are happy with, is responsive, does what it says on the tin, and doesn't give them any harem-scarum moments, the likes of which they had a fair few of last year.
They were one of the big disappointments of last year, weren't they? Along with Mercedes, they were the feel-good story of 2023, and then it's just not happened for them since sort of midway through 23. And last year, not a single podium, finished, was it 282 points behind McLaren with the same power unit. Yeah, just a massively disappointing season for them. So they just needed to, more worryingly, the updates and bits they brought didn't work. And that's what they need to really understand and correct this year before we head into the new regs.
5th place on 94 points, Mercedes in 4th, 468 points. Huge gulf.
Yeah.
Now, we hinted that Charles Leclerc was getting ready to come out, and not a man to disappoint. Here he is. I tell you what, if this, and it looked like a new set of tyres that he was on when he came out, if this is a performance run, oh, Charles, come on. Just as I'm thinking, we're about to get a performance lap from Charles Leclerc. He comes in pits.
Is he going to do a practice start at the end of the pit lane and start a race run?
Possibly.
Yeah, an hour and 47 minutes. Temperature, what are we down to? 16 degrees track temp. This could be the start of a long race run for him, couldn't it?
Has all the hallmarks of that.
We call it the Bahrain Prix. So rather than the Bahrain Grand Prix, it's the Prix-Grand Prix, isn't it?
The Prix, it's...
P-R-E-P-R-I-X.
Should we call it a test?
Well, that's all of it. I'm trying to, differentiate the Bahrain Prix-Grand Prix.
All right. Lights on, and away we go for Charles Leclerc. This is a race sim.
Yeah.
So
he's done his formation lap. He's come to the end of the pit lane, done his practice start, and
so this is 57 laps on 2 compounds, 3 compounds, 3 compounds. You would expect for Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, well, let's see. So what we got? Hajar is still running around in the high 33s, low 34s at the moment. 34.1, 34.0. So that's the sort of only one I could see. Lawson is Lawson in the pits? Yeah, he's in the pits. So he had done a longish run, but he's in the pits. So yeah, let's see if Leclerc does go out and do a longish run at the moment. If we see lap 9,
his first overtake of the race set,
flying.
If we breezes past Lance Stroll.
If we see times in the sort of 134, that's what I'd expect to see. He's gone a bit deep there at turn 10. But yeah, that's what we'd expect to see from the top cars on a heavy race run first in.
And they will fill this up to the brim with fuel for a race sim. Is that what any team would traditionally do on that?
Yeah, they would, depending on how much time left. But here they've got time. It's an hour and 45. They have got time if he wants to do the full 57 laps. So they'll have about 90 odd kilos of fuel, 90, 95 kilos, something like that. Bahrain is tough on fuel, so
especially if you go the long way round.
Yeah, a few extra meters.
He was so far off the track, he was almost playing darts. Carlos Sainz. It's
darts.
The darts venue is on the outside of the final couple of corners.
There's a darts venue at the circuit.
Did you not see the World Series, the Bahrain World Series, as won by Stephen Bunting?
I did not.
Oh, mate, brilliant. Fantastic weekend of darting action at the track. I mean, it's all aerodynamics when it comes down to it, Formula 1 and darts.
100%.
People sat there with cones on their heads, partying away. And that was just
Did they do the song?
Well, the
yeah.
No, they don't do that for the World Series. That is specifically for darts on Sky.
Oh, I see. There's like different dart songs for different.
They
I'm learning so much about darts.
Stephen Bunting, who won it, comes out to that Bulletproof song. I think it's called Bulletproof. Bulletproof, far away.
Oh yeah,
that one. So he comes out to that. He used to come out to Bird Is the Word, because he looks a little bit like Peter Griffin.
Honestly, your darts knowledge is amazing.
But no, it's very, very popular. Second year of the Bahrain Darts World Series.
So
it's magnificent.
Very good, Crofty. No, I did not know any of that happened. Thank you for the information.
The greatest game of darts in Bahrain since I took on Anthony Davidson once in a bar in Bahrain.
Hang on, Anthony Davidson, who's never been to a pub or tried to take you on a dart.
We started playing darts. We played about 3 legs, all of which I'd won. And he went, "Why are you throwing with your left hand?" Because I'm left-handed. He said, "Why am I throwing with my left hand?" I said, "I've no idea, mate. You're right-handed." He said, "Well, I thought we had to use your left hand because you were using your left hand." I said, "No, you can use your right hand if you're right-handed." So he did, and he was worse. So he went back to his left hand.
Very good.
Stories you never expected to hear.
No, we apologise for the nonsense rambling we've done for 2 minutes about darts. That is not what all you,
right, you got
wonderful viewers around the world tune in for.
You got another 54 laps of this one. Titanium, thank you very much. The song is called Titanium.
Oh,
it's not one of my favourite songs, but thank you to Cameron from the FIA, who is way up on his Titanium, and I'm not. And also my mate Dave, who's also called Titanium, not Bulletproof. So there you go.
Very good. So Leclerc started off with a 38.8 on that lap, which is obviously Isaac Hadjar went past him there, but if he and we'll see as this run unfolds, Hadjar still in the 34s, so he's getting a good experience, isn't he, Isaac Hadjar? It's an interesting one because he's sort of got Arabic heritage, isn't he? He's racing with a French license, but he's sort of got the
he holds French and Algerian citizenship.
Does he hold both citizenship?
Yeah,
I
he
wasn't sure
does.
whether he did. Right.
He was born in Paris, but holds French and Algerian citizenship.
Something going on here. He went into first gear and then he's pulled over now.
Just was someone coming down the pit lane.
He's back in neutral. What's he doing? Keeping an eye on the mirror. Don't see any alarms on the dashboard. Nothing to indicate there's a problem. It's just waiting for clear track, perhaps.
He's still there.
Let's listen in. It's not ideal doing a practice start on that concrete though, because the level of grip you get is completely different, and actually when you come over that joint back on the asphalt it's a bit bumpy as well, so yeah, it's not the ideal place to be doing a practice start. Liam Lawson is out on track as well, Crofty, so he we saw this morning he'd only done 28 laps with a water pressure issue this morning for Red Bull, so he's now making up for lost time, done 79 laps so far, and some decent long runs in there.
Another practice start, so I think we're going to get quite a few race simulations here, aren't we? This is Gabriel Portoletto. Nicely away in the Sauber, actually. Very nice indeed. Lots of cars heading out onto the track, which is good news for you, Kareem, good news for me, good news for everyone watching, and best of all, best news for Alex Brundle, who has ventured into the desert night.
It really is good news. I'm down here, look, on the apex of turn number 10. Come on down, where we were just the middle of yesterday. This tricky braking zone where the performance of the cars is starting to play out here as the kind of night falls. Of course, this about the time we had the power cut yesterday, so it's great to see the cars really starting to work under the lights here as they make their way down into what is a smooth braking zone for this year. One of the few changes as we see the RB make its way through the apex. One of the few changes for this year around the circuit, the smooth braking zone on the way through turn 9 is giving the drivers a little bit of an easier time down into here. But it's great to see how much aggression is going on the brakes down into here, with the circuit, of course, moving forward all the time, recovering from that little bit of rain we had. The rubber's starting to go down again, and it really doesn't take these Formula One drivers long to feel the grip, even in what is one of the trickiest braking zones of the year down here, to really start to move the braking point further and further into the corner. It's a really tough braking zone to set the cars up for. You tend to see a brake bias change or even a brake migration change, which here in Bahrain, of course, under the lights, often when we follow the cars on onboard, you can spot on the steering wheel as they make their change coming up the hill from turn 8, then down towards this braking zone in turn 9. So see if you can spot that as the light fades and the resolution on those dashes becomes even more available to us as the viewer. But I mean, just amazing to see cars rocket in here and deliver traction out through turn 10 on their way down towards the end of the middle sector. Back up to you guys.
Brilliant, thanks Alex. Great analysis, trackside. I do believe that might be the drone that has spotted him there, down at turns at 9 and into 10.
I think that's one of the hardest braking zones on the calendar, actually.
Yeah.
It really is so difficult. You have
It's
to
the one you see so many lockups, time after time.
It's so difficult to get the right balance in terms of the brake pressure and the brake balance of the car. Here's Liam Lawson. I've noticed, Crofty, they're running the Red Bull very low. There's sparks all the way down the straight from the front of the car.
Is that going to be inherent in the Red Bull for the year, or is that just testing to see how low we can run it?
Oh, there. Look at the sparks on the front bib.
How low can we run it before it starts to get affected? Because you want your parameters set, don't you, by the end of testing?
Yeah, exactly. So it's called testing for a reason, and they're trying to find out just where the car works in its optimum window. What's the ride height where it works in the best way, both in terms of peak performance, but also in terms of user friendliness, frankly, for the drivers. So that was Lawson's best lap, still a second away from what we've seen from Sainz as the benchmark, or the Ferraris.
What's his benchmark for this year, mate?
For Lawson?
Yeah, what is a good year for Liam Lawson?
I think he needs to be qualifying within 2/10 of max on average. But more importantly, when the points are paid, he needs to be, there within 1 or 2 places of max. Really, wants to finish ideally 1 position behind max, but if not, maybe 2 positions behind max. The problem for Checo is last year he had that run, didn't he? Where there was something like 9 races he didn't get into Q3. You just can't afford to have such big gaps in a top team if you're trying to fight for the Constructors' Championship.
I would suggest a lot of it comes down to where's the Red Bull car within that top 4 pecking order. But top 6 consistently?
It comes back to where the car is. And that's why I say it's relative to Max.
Yeah, if Max is on pole, there's no point in
him being 6th necessarily. That's what I'm saying. So, no, I think if you think back what Checo was doing in 2021,
right,
he was always within a couple of places of Max. He was able to get podiums, on a day when it was either Perez or Bottas, wasn't it, who was on the podium. Lewis and Max won 18 out of 22 races
and
that
it was
year.
a Valtteri or a Sergio next to him.
Yeah, and I think that's what the teams are all looking for from a second driver.
So if he can qualify 1 or 2 places behind Max, or even beat him, and then get 8 podiums in a year, and avoid more than 4 DNFs.
Yeah, it all depends. Like if Max wins, if Max is winning the championship, the expectation on Liam is going to be to finish 2nd or 3rd, because clearly that means, you know, if Max is winning the championship, it means the car is good enough. Let's rewind right to the late 90s, and you had Mika Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher as the 2 title protagonists. And the expectation was that their teammates should be 3rd and 4th. And quite often, and more often than not, they were. You know, it was either Coulthard, Barrichello, or Irvine. They were always 3rd or 4th, wasn't it? And that's what the team expects from a second driver.
But, okay, flip side to that, cut him some slack a little bit. Is he... There's a lock up going into turn 1. Don't do that very often, Liam. Is he being paid an amount that reflects that Red Bull are expecting him to be 1 place behind Max in the championship, or 1 place above Max in the championship? The answer is probably no. Max is on a huge amount, Liam's not.
Yeah, but that's a whole different conversation. You know, what someone's paid. He hasn't proved himself to be worthy of a salary of Max.
And you're right. And you're absolutely right. But if he hasn't proved himself, shouldn't the expectations be tempered a little bit?
I don't think so. I think the expectation... Same for Kimi Antonelli, right? If you're in a top team, in a top seed, and these 2 drivers are the 2 rookies where the pressure's on. They're in the 2 top teams out of the 4. You know, you need to be knocking on the door of your more experienced teammate. And that's where, you know, I was writing a column about this over the winter, reflecting on Hamilton's debut season in 2007, and it was genuinely the most astonishing rookie season anyone's ever had, I think, in F1.
Correct.
You know, 9 podiums the first 9 races, including 2 victories. Unbelievable. But that's what the bar has been raised to.
Yeah.
For young rookie drivers, they've got to be right there on the ball. And to be fair, Piastri was close, wasn't he? He arrived the 2nd race in Saudi. He was nip and tuck with Lando, and he was close in that first season itself.
Given who Lewis was up against in that first rookie season, and the fact that, I mean, yes, he was very well prepared. He won championships. He'd had a brilliant year in GP2 the year before, and he was very much, you know, the anointed one. And Ron Dennis was full of praise, and it was clear that he wasn't just going to be your normal rookie. But given then what he did up against the 2-time world champion Fernando Alonso, it was a phenomenal season, which could easily have ended with Lewis Hamilton being world champion that year. Yeah. Villeneuve, 96 rookie season, exclamation mark. I want to talk about great rookie seasons.
You know, great rookie season there. I look at, and this is where the benchmark of your teammate is so important, right? Like George Russell was up against Robert Kubica, who was not the Robert Kubica of old.
Very true.
And therefore, you know, from the outside, George Russell looked like he had a brilliant rookie season, but the benchmark wasn't the same as going up against Kimi, you know, like Kimi Antonelli's got of George Russell of today. So,
very true.
Yeah, that's why when you ask me about what do we expect from Liam this year, it's all relative to Max. It's got to be finishing. If he finishes 2 places behind Max in the Drivers' World Championship, I think that would be an excellent year.
Do you think that Villeneuve's rookie season was in part down to his race engineer?
Was that text message from his race engineer that year?
Yeah, absolutely. Still clinging on to the past there, jockey.
Well done, Jock Clear.
We read it out because Jock Clear is an absolute top gent.
Yes.
And
Estoril 96, their best win together.
Yes.
Kept the championship alive.
It's alive. Very much so. So, let's go from rookie year then to Lance Stroll's expectations for this season.
Yeah.
So once again, he's up against, you know, a 2-time world champion in Fernando Alonso, and they've kept the same driver lineup, and there's a few changes behind the scenes. He's a new race engineer in Gary Gannon, for instance. But is this the season that we should expect Lance Stroll to be nearer to his teammate, beating him more often. They're a good driver partnership, I think, Fernando and Lance. I think they get on well together. I think they work well together, and more often than not, if one's scoring decent points, the other is there or thereabouts that weekend as well.
Yeah, listen, I think, you know, for Fernando, last year it was a bit of a frustration, wasn't it? As I was saying before, the 23 season, they were the feel-good story of Formula One, really. And then it went away. But I think the bigger this point was, you know, the gap for Lance.
It was after the summer break for me.
Yeah,
so the gap between
yeah.
Fernando and Lance, Fernando on 70 points, Lance on 24, so 46 points. The thing for me with Lance is that I think it was one of two drivers, Valtteri Bottas being the other, that didn't score a point after the summer break.
Yeah, and he got out-qualified 23-7 last year as well. So, you know, it was one-sided, but it's kind of the elephant in the room, isn't it, when we talk about Aston Martin? Because on one hand, you know, fair play to Lawrence Stroll. He's investing a huge amount of money, built an amazing factory, incredible facilities, bringing in top engineering talent, got Fernando Alonso, all of this stuff in there. The elephant in the room is Lance the weak link in that team. And when you look at purely statistically, being down 23-7 to your teammate, scoring 24 points versus 70 for your teammate, it's pretty obvious. What, you know, the facts don't lie. Those are just stats. That's no opinion. So,
but you see, to me, and that's frustrating. Lance is a podium sitter, and has proved that he can score big points in Formula One. I just want to see more consistency.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where the question arises in terms of, you know, he's now no longer a newbie, right? He's coming into his ninth year now?
Ninth year, I'm sure.
So, you know, what can he do to improve and find that level of consistency to rack up the points? Because if Aston Martin want to fulfill that ambition of being contenders for the Constructors' title, they need both drivers scoring points. It's pretty simple.
Melbourne 2017, when Lance Stroll made his debut. What is the key, we ask? What is the key? James Key is the key, potentially. He's with Craig Slater now.
Scrofty, I am with the Sauber technical director. They're good to see you, James. Windy conditions you've obviously had to contend with the rain, the wind and a power cut over the course of these 2 days. 80 plus laps today. Have you managed to get through everything you intended to?
Kind of. I mean, like you say, it's been pretty disrupted as a test with the conditions that we've had. It was raining this morning. It rained halfway through the morning as well. So, which we don't expect coming to Bahrain, to be honest with you. But so we lost a little bit of time there. But certainly this afternoon, which is critical for Gabriele, obviously, as he's learning the ropes, you know, going into his first season. We've had a pretty productive afternoon, so that's a good bit.
Yeah. How much better prepared are you heading into this season than you? It was obviously a difficult year last year, which finished on an upward curve. Can you keep that trajectory?
Well, that's the hope. I mean, I think certainly there's certain aspects of the team we've worked on very hard over the year in preparation for this year. We're doing exactly the same for the following year as well. We're in a big growing period right now in many respects as a team, but I think in several areas we are. I think our organisation here at the track, which is quite new, is actually very robust as well. You know, our development plans taking from the upward turn we had last year. We brought several developments from, you know, which I mean started well before the August break and saw the light of day towards the end of the year, and they all worked as planned. And that was a bit of a springboard for how we did our development for this year. So I think in that respect we were a little bit better prepared. Having said that, I mean, it's winter testing, no one knows where they are, but if nothing else, it looks even closer than it was. So we'll have to see where we stand in the first few races.
Mattia Binotto just leaving the building there. I mean, we are in a transitional phase. You're going to become Audi. There will be a UK base as well, and as someone that's had to move to Switzerland to take up this job, you know the realities of attracting technical talent and having that pool of talent. Will that be a big asset, do you sense?
I think it will. I mean, the whole Audi project is a massive change for us right now. So I think quite unique to us. We've got this car, we've got the 26 car going on, so it's busy anyway. And I would say 50% of our work is actually growing the team and setting it up for the future as well. So we've got a huge amount of work going on as a group of people right now. But the UK office is just one of those. As you rightly say, trying to attract everyone to move to Switzerland is pretty difficult. You know, there's plenty of people who are well established where they are, and the UK, of course, is the big base of most F1 teams. So having a presence there, having a technical presence there, gives us the opportunity to attract people, you know, and not just us, the opportunity to other people to come to our team who never maybe thought it was an option for them on this exciting journey, you know, into a much bigger operation in the future. So I think it serves its purpose very well in that respect, and we're looking forward to recruiting heavily for it now. We're looking forward to getting it open later this year.
I was talking to you just before we came on about the LEDs around the pit stop, that kind of application that you had towards the end of last year. They show up a little bit better maybe under the lights here, but that must have been to come through that. It wasn't easy. I mean, and was it sapping for a time, that period last year? But do you now feel significantly stronger having weathered that difficult period?
Yeah. I mean, I think no one expected this. You know, all the winter testing we'd done, all the R&D tests we'd done, never suggested in a live condition we were going to have a problem of this nature.
Incredible.
So it really caught us by surprise. But what I found really positive at the team is rather than sort of getting drained by it, you know, and really struggling with the pressure, it had the opposite effect. Everyone hit the throttle as hard as possible to find a solution. We were in on Sundays, you know, after races where it had occurred, analysing the data, trying to figure out what to do next. And the reaction speed was amazing. So we had it stabilised after 4 races, and in 7 we had it solved with completely new axles out of different materials and so on. And that was a hell of a turnaround for a team which could have been very negatively affected by that, because it was frustrating, really frustrating. But actually turned into a story where we made good, and in Baku I think we got the quickest stop. So it goes to show what can be done.
Great stuff. Well, just let's finish by talking about the new lineup finally for this year. Youth and experience, I suppose. And Nico, second spell at the team, but he's full of enthusiasm, coming off a great year. And Gabriel as well, obviously with the championship. How well are they gelling together?
I think well. I mean, the feedback they give is very consistent. So we're getting the same message from both, despite the long experience of Nico and the new period that Gabriel is going through. But no, very good. We're getting a lot of good input from them. Gabriel, I have to say, is very switched on. You know, he's learning incredibly quickly. And Nico is allowing us to learn a bit from his experience as well, given it's a reference for us. So I think it's a great combination to have, to be honest with you, and I'm looking forward to working with both of them in the year.
James, we wish you all the best for the season ahead. Thank you.
James Key, also the second spell at Hinwil with the Sauber team. Really interesting comments about the British base that they're opening up and the need to do that, and not much of a surprise really. Attracting the best people when you're an outlier in terms of location is always difficult. We saw Karoon very quickly. Gabriel Bortoletto clipped the curb and then the car got all out of shape, didn't it?
Yeah, turn 2 just snapped out of line when he was trying to put the power down, but no major harm there. He's carrying on his race run, as are several others at the moment, Crofty. You've got Sainz, Leclerc, Antonelli's on a long run as well, Norris, so they're all doing race runs in the 34s and 35s.
Which means there's a lot of action at the side of the track for Alex Rundle to be looking over, but I would imagine you're looking up at the skies a bit too, because I think there's rain in the air again.
Yeah, the sky looks really angry actually as I'm standing down here right on the apex of turn 4. You get really close to the track here and get a feel for it. There is a little bit of rain in the air and it's got a little bit more blustery just as I've been standing here, but fascinating to watch down here in turn 4. Bortoletto's coming through in the Sauber. He's really struggling for traction on the exit on a very long run, and you can see how he holds the car just a little bit inside. A huge difference here between the rookies and how they're driving the corner and the established drivers. You watch Behrman coming through here, you watch Antonelli coming through here. They're rumbling this inside curb absolutely every lap. Indicative of drivers who've been in lower power, lower downforce cars and have had to be pinpoint accurate. The established boys like Leclerc, who's out there like Norris, sending in it a little wider, and then they've just got that extra feel with the amount of downforce a Formula One car has, and they're just dealing with it over the crest, which is a little bit further around the corner. You don't get a feel for it on the track cameras, but it's actually a big crest and rise through the exit of turn 4 that the drivers deal with, and that's why we see so much movement. There's been a lot of movement actually for that Alpine of Doohan. He looks like he's struggling with the rear as well a little bit through the exit of turn 4. Let's see how Sainz gets on. Yeah, a little bit of movement, but the Williams is dealing with it nicely as he continues pounding in laps. But we're so close to the racetrack here that actually those tiny, minuscule differences between the drivers are really starting to jump out. Antonelli, really, really accurate and taking speed. Super impressive in that Mercedes. I'm loving it down here, but I am going to get wet in a minute, so I don't know how long I can push my luck for before I have to head back to the pits.
Yeah, but you're a man on duty, Alex, and that duty is public service broadcasting, so before it does rain, help us with this public service broadcast, please, because Stephen Tandy has tweeted in to say, could you please explain the difference between brake bias and brake migration? You were talking about it earlier. Thank you very much.
Yeah, brake bias is the bias of braking between the front and the rear axle of a race car. So how much you're asking the front axle to do and how much you're asking the rear axle to do. Tends to be biased before the front because the weight goes forward in the braking zones. Brake migration is the movement of that brake bias throughout the zone. So racing cars, as they brake and slow down through a braking zone, have a change in the brake bias. So it's down to the driver, obviously with the fly-by-wire braking systems we now have in Formula One, to decide both the initial bias and also how much they'd like that bias to change. Generally, you'd move your migration towards the rear of the car to help with turn-in as you reach the apex of the corner. So that's the difference between brake bias and brake migration. A massive amount going on, of course, with all of the regeneration in these Formula One cars to do around that, Crofty.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Alex. Go and find yourself an umbrella, and an umbrella well earned. Brakes at the front of a Formula One car, very sturdy, can help stop a car very nicely indeed. Brakes at the rear, like the arms of a T-Rex. Complete and utter waste of time.
Are they?
Well,
yeah, well, I guess they've got very short arms, haven't they?
T-Rex could never take a selfie because his arms were too short, and they are just like really skinny brakes on the rear in F1 car.
You know what's very disappointing for everyone in Bahrain? If it's a cloudy night and they can't see anything, you won't get to see the 7 planets tomorrow. It's a big night tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow night?
It's tomorrow night.
Big alignment.
Friday night, the big alignment where we should be able to see 7 planets.
Do you know where there's a big hill somewhere in the country where we could go and stand on a hill and we could take in the alignment?
Ted Kravitz's house. Yeah. He must own a big hill somewhere.
He owns a country estate somewhere in Islington. I don't know. Do you fancy going? I actually do fancy getting out to see the alignment. I got a meadow quite near my house. I'm by an airfield, so.
Yeah, could you go and stand? What are the hills near Heathrow? You know the 3. Anyway,
well, come to Shaycroft. It's fish and chip van on a Friday night.
Yeah.
Stops outside the house.
Yeah.
So fish and chip van.
Have you got a telescope?
I have got a telescope.
Right, good. I'll bring the kids and come up tomorrow evening.
And binoculars. You can see the alignment with binoculars as well.
Yeah.
Venus looked spectacular last night.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait. I've got my wife has sent me the link to an app which I must download apparently to see the planets. But yeah, so for everyone in Bahrain. I hope the clouds clear away because
so do I,
I think it's 15 years away. The next one, you're going to be able to see this. 2040.
It's a long time to wait.
Yeah, look at those clouds there, though. Yeah, I don't see any stars.
Very excited when I look up at the skies. Talking of hills, it's the worst segue possible. But Charles Leclerc just got really floaty right at the top of the highest part of the track at turn 12. I don't know what was going on.
Really? That's your segue?
That's the best segue I can find. I wanted to talk about it anyway, but he did.
He did, yes.
And we saw it in the replay, and Alex was explaining brake migration at the time.
It's looking pretty ominous, isn't it, those cars? I don't blame Alex for trying to run away from it, but Leclerc 35.3 on the last lap, so he's now on the hard tyre, isn't he? So he did 17 laps on a set of mediums, and then he switched to the hard tyre. So comparison, Lando Norris also on the hard, 34.3. So it's hard to tell, isn't it? Is there a second between them? Probably not. Yeah, there's some engine mode and fuel going on there, I'm sure.
You've just gone through the testing bingo card there, haven't you, a bit? It's hard to tell. It's only testing.
Yeah. We
don't know the fuel loads. We do a bingo card every year.
Yeah. Yes, I apologise. I've used up all of those adjectives.
In which case, then,
testing.
in which case, in a desperate bid to inject something new and refreshing and significant into the chat, Laura Winter, ladies and gentlemen. Pressure's on, Laura.
Well, thank you very much. That is what I was going to talk about, which was the McLaren pit stop, which we have, I think, just about snuck into the broadcast there. But what's interesting is that, yes, we're testing the cars. Yes, we're testing the drivers and the winter they've had, the preparation they've had coming in to this year, into this 2025 season, which looks to be so close and reliable based on just a day and a half, to be fair, of testing. But we're also testing all the systems as well, the processes, the operations within the teams, not least the pit stop practice. We're getting to the point in the day now where the day crew and the night crew will cross over. So for McLaren, that means that soon we're going to see basically the race crew coming in to begin to do some of those pit stop practices that we likely see through a race weekend. There's been a lot of debrief after each pit stop that they're doing, and they're doing them slowly, tyre by tyre, and they're going to continue to do that as those two crews, the ones coming in for the night shift and those leaving relatively soon for the day shift, cross over. On that as well, Ferrari seems to be doing a quite similar. There was a pit stop for Charles Leclerc not too long ago, but plenty of long running, as you guys are keeping track of. What Ferrari were doing much earlier on was a grid simulation. So they had their grid trolley out, they had the car in the garage, and they were quite literally practicing getting from garage, grid trolley, out to the grid. So it isn't just whether the car's set up, whether the car and what they've been doing through the winter is working. It's actually all the minute processes we see and are so used to watching through a weekend, getting them all back up to speed as well ahead of a long and hopefully very competitive 2025 season.
Thank you, Laura. You've just given me a really good idea. And I'm going to run this by Karun Chandok and the rest of the world as a support series to the Formula One. And a way to help the pit crews and those in the garage keep fit throughout the course of a long and arduous season. As we all know, it is one of the most spectacular things to see when they have to clear the grid in a hurry to get all the trolleys, the tyre trolleys and all the umbilical cord and associated gubbins off the grid and into the pit lane, and then there's a stoppage and they all have to come back again. So why don't we have, on a Saturday after qualifying, the pit crew pit race? So everyone rushes out onto the grid, and then rushes back again, and we'll do a championship to see who the fittest and fastest crew are in the pit lane over the course of a season. And it's a spectator sport. It's brilliant.
You've come up with some obscure ideas over the years. This has got to be right up there.
I'm just thinking.
I think they will come back to you and say, yeah, we'll do it if you do it.
Absolutely, I'm all over it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, obviously you wouldn't, because you don't run anywhere.
Yeah.
Ever.
No.
Not even for a bus.
No.
Well, you don't even go on a bus.
But I did have to run after the bus in Saudi Arabia when you all left me at the hotel. I had to run down the street to catch you at the next traffic light.
That's true. I remember that.
But no, I mean, Laura Winter and I we've been Zwift cycling along with Damon Hill and all sorts of people doing. Yep, I popped onto a charity bike ride the other day, and it came up L Winter on the on the timing bar, and we were riding along. So Laura was we're all we're doing our best, Coffee. We're doing our best. But coming back to it, I would like to see Croft versus McLaren pit crew race with the uphill pit lane in Interlagos.
Well,
I feel that would be good.
I like running up hills, as you well know. There's something perverse about my mind that thinks running up hills is a good thing. So I'm all over that one. Although last time I tried to run into Lagos, it's the altitude that gets you there. It's not a place to go anywhere in a hurry, unless you're Lando Norris.
Yes.
Which is the segue to Lando Norris on track, lapping in the last lap was a 1 minute 33. Charles Leclerc is doing the 135s, as you asked him to do.
Yeah, but he's come in for another set of tyres, Lando, I think. He did 18 laps on a set of the hard tyre, and then he's come in, I think, and swapped to another set for this stint.
He's got the hard tyres on, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he's gone from a hard to another set of hards.
Right, okay.
So obviously the fuel load on this stint will be less than his previous stint, which explains perhaps the lap time difference.
Get you. Day 2 of testing. And we are 2/3 done by the time this is all over here.
You know what? I want to go find this oasis when we go back to Bahrain.
You're going to go walk in the desert?
Yeah. I mean, it looks lovely.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Are you coming to Bahrain this year?
I am coming to Bahrain.
Excellent. Are you doing Saudi next week?
I'll be there.
Brilliant. You're going to come play golf on the Monday? It's the F1 golf tournament.
Is it?
Yes.
What? On Monday?
On the Monday after the race.
After the Saudi Grand Prix?
No, after the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Oh, right. Who's playing?
Well, you and me at the moment.
Well, no, you know.
Get practicing.
Coffee. I have 2 children under the age of 6. I don't have time to play golf.
2 children under the age of 6. Perfect time to get out of the house, if you ask me. If you're a good boy, we'll let you drive the buggy.
Okay.
As long as you don't do what Natalie Pinkham did a few years ago.
Did she shunt?
No, she drove it straight over the 16th green.
She drove the buggy over the green?
Yes, and then tried to engineer her way out by saying, it wasn't me. And then the man showed her the GPS data and went, yes, it was. We saw you.
Very good.
Utterly shocking. Right, I'm being told we need to go somewhere. Alex Brundle, I do believe. Have you found shelter?
Not quite yet. I've moved closer to shelter, so I'm dashing distance now from the pit building, which I think, looking behind me, I think I'm going to need to be. But we stopped off on the way back. We did this the right way round, didn't we? The far one first, and then the close one second. Down on the exit here of turn 2, well, between the apex of turn 1 and then turn 2, we've got a Red Bull back out on the racetrack, but that's not racing speed. Will give us a feel, though. Let's hope Liam Lawson doesn't get caught out by Charles Leclerc. No, he's got out of the way. Amazing, isn't it? You have the whole track for 10 cars. They still manage to find each other line astern. It's a very different line in here between a qualifying lap where you've got new tyres, where you can use way more of the road out of turn 1 and still make your way with decent throttle angle through the mid-corner of turn 2. And a race run where you have to prepare it much more in turn 1 and then make sure you have the exit through turn 2. On the apex of T2 here is one of the only non-negotiable curbs around the whole of the Bahrain circuit. You really cannot jump over that one, so it leads to a pinch point to give us a great feel. Big lock-up there from Stroll with the car moving down into the first corner. But it gives me a really great feel because it's the biggest traction challenge of the lap as you ask the car to both turn and go through the exit of turn 2 and give you all of that 1,000 horsepower while you lean on that outside rear tyre. It also gives you a feel for how much drivers are saving tyres, because it's the area where you damage the tyre the most if you have a slide on and still progress with the throttle. So seeing the Alpine as it was down at turn 4 a little earlier on, still struggling with the rear as this race run goes on. Everybody else, probably because the temperatures are so cool, keeping the tyre underneath them quite nicely here. Lando Norris having a great old race with Leclerc through this phase of testing, but fascinating to see them pick up the throttle and get off down to where I was in T4.
Cheers, Alex. Thanks ever so much indeed. On behalf of everyone I know in the pit lane, says my very good friend Orally, that's a firm no, Crofty, for the idea of some pit lane
running
athletics. Well, you know, I can but try to add amusement to our race weekends. So the question remains: who won in the great charity cycle race that featured Karun Chandhok and Laura Winter? I would ask Karun Chandhok, but I wouldn't get an honest answer. So, Laura Winter, do you want to fill me in?
The Zwift rides, yes. I would love to say that I won and beat Karun. I did check where he was in Zwift, and he was a fair bit ahead of me, a couple of minutes ahead of me.
Spitting a bit. That's outrageous. He's got downforce and gravity when he goes downhill on his side.
Exactly, in a virtual world. But no, great to get on Zwift over the winter, getting our base mileage in, Karun.
Yeah,
much like, of
exactly
course,
that.
all of our drivers are. One of which, Ollie Behrman, behind me here, just about to go out in the Haas. Of course, one of 5 rookies, all right, plus Liam Lawson, making their full-time debut for this season. Haas were in the garage for a little while. Didn't look too urgent, obviously. Likely just usual setup stuff. Quite a bit of work there was being done to the rear left of the car, likely rear suspension there. But spent a bit of time with Ollie earlier in a rookie round table, which you can see on the F1 social channels very soon. And he is in high spirits. And if you get him and the other 4 together, honestly, they are like 5 naughty schoolboys, and you have to be the school teacher trying to get control of the class again. It was ridiculous, but he is in high spirits, and for all 5 of them, living their absolute dream, embarking on a debut Formula 1 season for sure.
Did you only have a small table, and that's why you couldn't get all 6 rookies around it?
We had quite a big table actually, but this is the question. This is the question, isn't it? Is Liam Lawson a rookie?
Yes.
11 Grand Prix under his belt.
Yes.
We're saying yes, he is in his first full season.
Yes.
Well, he was not included in the rookie round table. That was a decision far above my pay grade.
Who made that decision? Out them now, Laura Winter. Don't gloss over this one.
I actually don't know.
Was it Lawrence Barretto?
It wasn't Lawrence Barretto. I would never throw Lawrence under the bus like that. No
was
way.
it Alex Brundle?
But no. Yeah, go on, it was Alex.
Excellent.
He's trackside, he can't hear it, right?
Yeah, but we'll tell him later.
He'll never know. Yeah. But no, apparently Alex Brundle can hear me. Sorry, Alex, it wasn't Alex Brundle either. But no, the point being, of those 5 rookies, those 5 young lads embarking on this season in what is going to be such a competitive one as well, they are all so excited, not least Ollie Behrman, who gave me a little wide-eyed stare as he got back into the car to head out for the final hour or so of testing here.
I'm sure. Thanks ever so much, Laura. It is 6,
100%. I for a change, I agree with you. You know, you're. It's not often I agree with your pedantic stats, but on this one, I fully do agree with you.
And my reasoning on this one is that you are in your rookie season until you've done a full season.
Correct.
And they're all in their rookie season, so therefore they are rookies. And yes, I did get a tweet yesterday saying, well, if you've done 11 races and you're a rookie, then Mike Thackwell was a rookie as well. Which different times, quite frankly. Long time ago, different times. I think we can all see the point of you've got to complete a full season.
Well, 11 races.
Otherwise, you're not. You're still a rookie.
And 11 races today is not even half a season.
Correct.
So
it's good math knowledge.
You know, it's I'm with you. You know, he is unquestionably a full season rookie. As is Ollie Behrman. You know, he's done 3 Grand Prix now, but we're still calling him a rookie.
Well, he says he's a rookie. He classifies himself very much as a rookie with a lot to learn.
Yeah, he is. I mean, putting it simply, there's a bunch of tracks out there that Liam Lawson's not raced at in Formula 1.
Yes.
Where he will be a rookie at for the first time.
That is a very good point. Well made, my friend. Charles Leclerc, by the way, on his run, kind of keeping half an eye on that in the mid 134s now as the fuel burns away. How many laps has he done? Karun, you can see the
yeah, I was just thinking, have we got any? It'd be quite good now to start looking at some averages, isn't it? Because they've done some longish runs here. Because Leclerc's done 17 on a medium and then 11 and a half. So he's done sort of 28 laps.
Lando Norris has done, is that 16? I can't quite see, it's a bit small.
Lando?
Yeah, 15 to 6 or
he's
16
done
to
20, he's done a 20, then an 18, then an 8. So he's done 26 plus 20, so 46 for him. 24 for Bortoletto in this stint. Jack Doohan's done 24 as well.
Isaac Hadges had a pretty good race distance this afternoon as well.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He's gone over a race distance, I think.
Yeah, so that's 41.
Ooh, the clock up.
Yeah, so he has actually done a race of 58 laps, is Isaac Hadjar. So that'll be a good race distance to analyse and see. We saw Lawson doing 44 laps earlier on a couple of hard tires. So I'm sure our friends at F1, there'll be some number crunching going on somewhere in the building, and
yes,
we can get some.
I've seen all the data analysis. They're all very hard at work. 20 laps for Kimi Antonelli on the medium tyre. As he, I was looking at the at that tyre graphic. He's come out now though on a set of hards. Is that right? Yeah.
Antonelli?
Yes.
Yeah, he's just come on.
Is it the hards he locked up or the mediums that he locked up? There's a question.
Didn't see. Pass.
So much to look at.
So much to look at. But he's on. Where is he now? Antonelli. He's on a lap, isn't he? So, yeah, we'll see if he's going for a bit of a push. This is Hajar now. So Hajar's done, Crofty, his race running, and they've now given him a go. I think with some slightly less fuel, basically. Right. So he's done a personal best of 30.9.
Yeah, which is, to be honest, it's not a bad performance run there.
Yeah, a couple tenths shy of Tsunoda.
Yeah.
You know, if you consider, if you work in the assumption that they've got similar fuel and tyres, Tsunoda and Hajar, 10th and a half, it's not bad for a rookie.
Very good for a rookie.
Yeah, very good for a rookie.
And he is a proper rookie, Isaac Hajar.
Yeah, somewhat surprising, isn't he? He's sort of last man standing in some ways with the whole shuffle at Red Bull.
Yeah,
he was in the right place at the right time. You know,
which is often in Formula One exactly what you need.
Yeah, and very rare that it happens, isn't it? Like, how many times have we seen top contenders in F2 come through and not make that step? Felipe Drugovich is a great example of that. You know, champion in F2, did everything right, and then just the timing is such that nobody moved around. There wasn't enough shuffling at that stage, and he never made this jump.
And I know Felipe's, making, a decent career in sports car racing.
But he's not signed with the Aston Le Mans program, which confused me, because I thought that's what they were going to do with him. When they kept him on as a reserve driver, I thought, okay, he's not done some racing, he needs to get the racing juices flowing. They'll put him in the hypercar program at Le Mans. But he's not been announced in that program either.
A lot of work going on at Liam Lawson's Red Bull at the moment. Remember, because of a water pressure issue, he lost a lot of time this morning in the test session as well. And this is Liam Lawson's last day of testing, because Max takes over for the full day tomorrow. So we'll send Laura down to Red Bull, see if she can glean anything there.
Taking it apart, isn't it?
On the subject of Felipe Drugovich, is there a danger that his career or his single-seater career stalled a little bit by being at the wrong team?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know, who manages him or who sort of advises him, but it's a bit of an odd thing that's happening. He won the F2 Championship, wave of momentum, and actually, every time he's got in the car, he's been really impressive.
Yes, exactly.
And there was an opportunity at Williams when Colapinto got. There was, the seats have opened. We just talked about it. 6 full season rookies come into the grid this year, and he's not one of them. No. He's got the super license points. He's got the credentials in junior formula. He's got the speed, got the talent, potentially some commercial backing from Brazil. But he's not made that step. So it's a bit confusing why, because he's sort of stuck in this Aston reserve role, which is not really giving him much time in the car.
No, but to which he's dead useful for Aston Martin, in that he's kind of an experienced rookie for an FP1 session. And in a year where you've got to find 4 sessions to run a rookie in, if you're Aston Martin, then he can do all 4 quite happily and give good feedback and good data because he's used to driving the car.
Yeah.
But that's not, on a personal level, what he wants to be doing. He wants to be racing, and it's what his talent kind of deserves.
Yeah.
So but the trouble is, if Aston Martin are making a driver change, it's probably going to be Fernando Alonso leaving, not Lance Stroll, and they're going to want a more experienced driver to come in instead of Fernando Alonso, because that's kind of the way that team is. It's Lance and an experienced driver alongside him.
Yeah, they're going to be targeting Verstappen and Leclerc and people like that, right? So it is a bit, it's a bit of an odd one he's found himself in. He's sort of nailed his flag to the Aston mast, so to speak, as a reserve driver, but it's seemed to have taken him out of the equation for race seats everywhere else, which is a shame, because I actually really rate Drogovic. I think he's a very, very talented driver.
I could not agree more. We'll see what happens with his career. For Peter Bonington, it's time to learn a new name time. You know?
How many times do you think he's called him Lewis so far?
Well, yeah, we were instead was speculating that. I would imagine none, because Bono would have spent a long time over the winter with Kimi Antonelli.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have called him
it
Lewis.
It still happens, though.
You reckon?
I've often, whenever I've switched teams, quite often, in the early tests, the race engineer calls me the name of would call me by mistake the name of their previous driver.
Really?
The previous season. And it happens the other way as well. I've occasionally said the wrong name for the engineer. You know, I've said the engineer for my previous season to them. It's just, you know, when the adrenaline's flowing in the car, until you've built that relationship a little bit, it does slip out. You just get so used to saying one name.
It's going to be fascinating. Bono's going to have to come up with a new variant on hammer time, obviously. Yeah, the answers on a postcard, please.
Kimchi time.
Who?
Kimchi.
Kimchi.
From Kimi to kimchi.
Kimchi? No, that doesn't work. That's rubbish. I admire your plug and your determination to get the first suggestion in there, but
that's the first thing that came to my head.
I'm sure we can do better, ladies and gentlemen. I can't, for the life of me, think of anything at the moment.
So far, Kimchi's the top contender.
It's the only contender.
I'll text Bono now.
I think Bono's a bit busy, to be fair. I think if you text him now, he'll be like, yeah, Karoo.
It's kimchi time. Can you imagine the confusion on his face?
I've got 99 problems and a catchphrase ain't one, my friend. Right. Come on, Jack, nail it.
He nailed the apex.
That's right.
Well done. Yeah. What's he up to?
Because the pressure was on, because we were watching on high there. That's Lando Norris just behind him, by the way.
35.5 for him. So Norris has done 32.2. I mean, he's done 13 laps, Lando Norris, now on that set of tyres. He's done a 32.2, which is very quick.
Right.
So actually, again, that's a good race run for our number-crunching superstars to look at, because he's now done 51 laps in this race stint. So this is the race distance coming up for Lando Norris. So on lap 51 of the Grand Prix, he has done a 32.2 on a set of hard tyres, and that's a good reference to compare. Leclerc now, he's done 33 laps of his Grand Prix, and he's in the 34s, so he's got another stint of fuel he's carrying on board. Keep that in mind. 15. Yeah, he's got another 15 laps of fuel, so he's probably carrying another 30 or 35 kilos of fuel or something like
that. Do we think, just going to get ahead of the game a little bit on this one, for all their not as many laps necessarily as others, McLaren, the car looks good. Got off the track a little bit, certainly in the wind yesterday. But it looks like it's got pace, and do we think that McLaren are very confident with the pace of that car in a way that, you know, Red Bull would have been very confident last year when they came to this test?
It looks user-friendly. Look at this. You know, it just looks like he can hustle it, he can get the nose in. Listen there, good traction, no wheel spin. They picked up where they ended last year, but I think even better, because Bahrain has never been a circuit where they've been good at, but for a change, and again, I caveat by saying it could be cold temperatures. We'll have to see when we come back in 6 weeks' time, when it will be much warmer, whether it's the same case, but it does look like a good car, even at the Bahrain circuit, which has historically not been good for them.
On board with Lando Norris then. One apex and another apex, and that is the final two corners. And you say that because Karim's turned away now to have a look at the monitor. And as he crosses the line, it's a 132.7, so still in the mid-132s there for Lando Norris on the hard compound tyres. Meanwhile, Isaac Hadjar approaching turn 1. Is there a lock-up coming? I dare say
rear locking.
A little lock-up at the back.
But that there is actually what Alex was talking about in terms of the brake migration. That first braking phase, the car slowed down. But what happens is you hit the brake pedal at a peak, and then imagine a triangle, right? So it goes straight up, and then imagine the hypotenuse, the diagonal coming down as you bleed off the brake pedal. That's where the brake migration comes in, and there you could just see the rear locking coming in. So he would need to tweak that. Now these are changes which he has to learn about. You don't have that degree of tuning, fine-tuning on the steering wheel in F2. That's the difference with F1. And it's one of the things Logan Sargent talked about, right? It's not the actual speed of the F1 car, driving an F1 car, is not that much of a step up from F2. It's more the tools that you have to use and the complexity of the tools you have to use to get that performance that is much, much harder in F1 than in F2.
Yeah, it's kind of like your A-levels up to your university degree in terms of, what's expected of you, rather than just being kind of spoon-fed and taught this and taught that.
I guess so, yeah.
You've got a lot more at your disposal to think for yourself and outside the box occasionally. Right, talking of thinking, Alex Holland-Martin, what about atomic time? It's not bad. For what does Bono say to Kimi? Yeah. Kevin Barnes, time to shimmy Kimi. Don't mind that. But I think this one from Dave Mager, I hope I pronounced that right. This is the leader so far.
Go on.
Plenty of time to change our minds. How about give it some Anton Welly?
Oh, that's good.
I love it. Anton Welly, I like a lot. Dave, thank you very much indeed. We're discussing Ted Kravitz. How does Bono replace Hammer Time? Give it some Anton Welly. That I like.
Hello, crew, and hello, everybody from the pit lane. Yes, busy afternoon. I'm back in here. Anton Welly, not bad. I like shimmy time, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's time to shimmy Kimmy.
Shimmy Kimmy, it's not so bad. On the other side of it, of course, Crofty, I did just ask, so the reason I've been out of the pit lane for a while is we've just had the Lewis Hamilton TV press conference, or rather our little group interviews with him. And I did ask him, have you transferred It's Hammer Time over to Ferrari? Because that's the flip side of that question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he laughed slightly and said, that's a good point. I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't discussed it with my engineer, Riccardo Adami, so we'll have to have a think about it before Melbourne and then come up with something. So, I mean, if they're not feeling very inspired, Riccardo Adami tends to say to his previous drivers, Carlos Sainz and Sebastian Vettel, okay, push. Now's the time to push. But you never know, maybe we'll come up with some Hammer Time stuff. But do you want to know any other key lines from the Hamilton presser, Crofty?
What, you mean the cover star of Time magazine, Sir Lewis Hamilton?
He did. He was talking about that, actually. He was saying how proud he was because he did the staging for it, the concept for it, if you like. And he was very happy with that. So praised Ferrari's marketing team about that as well. Said that he's done everything he can to be as far along developed as he can with this team, and he couldn't be happier with the way this pre-season has gone. So that's big story number one. Big story number two was the Hammer Time. Still hasn't come up with something, but has been learning about all the switches and what they call things. Apparently anti-roll bar is still anti-roll bar in Italian, which is interesting, didn't know that. Was saying that yes, it is going to be tight, with the top four teams probably only separated by a few tenths of a second. And to that end, he still has a little bit to learn about how to use all the electronic diffs and all the settings in the car to help him be more comfortable on the limit of adhesion of the car, which I thought was interesting. Karun, maybe you can add something to that. But then finally he was saying, look, you know, I'm really happy with the way it's gone. I feel comfortable in the car. I'm looking forward to Melbourne, and he feels invigorated and happy about the way it's going, and he couldn't imagine being in a better place where he is in his career, 40 years old. So yeah, maybe you want to ruminate on that, and I'll tell you a bit about Charles Leclerc, who's in the middle of his race.
Tell us a bit about Charles Leclerc first, and then we'll let you wander down to Red Bull afterwards and find out what's going on down there.
I certainly will. Charles Leclerc has just done, I think it's the second of his two-stop strategy. You've got the lap times in front of you.
I will tell you, Ted, yes, he's done 17 on the medium, 18 on the hard, and then now he's put on another set of hard tyres.
Another set of hard tyres. So he's, that's right, so he's done the second of his pit stops. Seemed to go very well, so the Ferrari pit crew also being drilled in there. And yeah, the pace seems to be there. We'll do all the number crunching in the evening and then reflect it tomorrow. But yeah, Charles has looked pretty comfortable out there. And I just wonder whether, if there will be a difference. Listen, one Ferrari driver has to finish in front of the other one, doesn't he? They can't both be tied unless they're absolutely dead tied, and then in which case it's the one who did the fastest time first. But I'm just wondering whether that will be the difference between Leclerc and Hamilton once we get to Melbourne qualifying, Crofty. Once they're driving this car on the limit, whether Hamilton is just that slightly less experience with diff settings, with brake balance, with quick changes in between corners, whether that's the thing that will make the difference between them. Back to you.
Every little helps, as they say. Thanks, Ted. Yeah, have a wander down to Red Bull, see what is going on with Liam Lawson's car. Is that the kind of thing you want to hear from Lewis Hamilton, Karun? About I couldn't be better prepared. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
But I know there's a few little bits that I still need to iron out.
The most important thing is he feels comfortable and confident that the car suits his style of driving, and it does look like that on TV and in the lap times, doesn't it? He's straight away matching Leclerc for pace. I do think the Ferrari is a car that's got a relatively wide envelope in terms of driving styles. You think of when Sainz arrived there from McLaren, got on top of it pretty quickly. I think, and that's really good news, because a happy Lewis Hamilton is a very, very potent Lewis Hamilton, which is good for Ferrari.
I think good for Formula One as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair on that one, this is Charles Leclerc. Ooh. That just snaps on him a touch. We can see the off-board. It's turn 4. We often see this as he's trying desperately to stay within the track limits there, rather than let the car run out too wide and dip a wheel into the gravel. But it just snaps on him a little touch, as you could see. No harm done though, and he carries on his way. We've got Charles Leclerc on the track, Gabriel Bortoletto on the track, Jack Doohan on the track, Lance Stroll on the track, and Kimi Antonelli giving it some welly time. Thank you, Alex Larder, from that one, or some Antonelli time from Chara Lee. Thank you very much for these suggestions. Full fagioli means give it some beans.
Full of fagioli, like that.
Yeah, full fagioli. It's beans in Italian. Thank you, Dr. Obbs, for that one. Or how about, yeah, see this I like. Kimmy some more? No? Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not.
Josh Castle says, in response to Ferrari and Hammer time, their response is, we are checking.
Oh, that's harsh.
Harsh but funny.
Harsh but funny. You know what, Crofty, will be really interesting here. So, Norris, 20 lap first stint, 18 lap second stint, 20 lap third stint, and he's just boxed. So he's done a full race distance.
Yep.
And he was down into the 32s for a lot of that final stint. Leclerc has done very similar first 2 stints. Now he's on a third stint, and he's in the mid 33s. And we'll see as the fuel load comes down. So keep an eye on Leclerc's run for the sort of final. He's got probably another 4 or 5 laps. If we see him come into the 32s as well, that's a good benchmark of where Ferrari versus McLaren are in terms of the long race run. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on those numbers.
The one thing we don't know, and we can assume fuel loads are pretty even when you're doing a full race distance.
Yeah.
But what we don't know are the engine loads.
No, we don't. But the reality is the fuel load there's a massive difference there, and there's no point them running on an engine mode that's so far out of the window, because that doesn't give them the information they need either. So it'll be within I'm not saying they'll be same as what they have in the race, but it won't be far away.
Last lap for Charles Leclerc was a 1:33.5. This current lap has just ended a 1:33.8. I'll keep an eye on him while we go down to Red Bull and Ted.
Your wish is my command,
Love it.
Crofty. Yes, I know you do. But I'm very happy to report that Liam Lawson's issue was not an issue. It was just a slightly lengthier than normal setup change.
Okay.
Both to the front, which took a little bit longer, which is just finished. I think you can see the mechanic just bolting down the little panel with the number 30, his race number on the front. So the rear had finished before the front. They've just finished the front, and now nose is on, tyres are on. Little clean of the front bulkhead, and then Lawson is off again.
On
so,
the number 30,
it'll be very
Ted.
interesting.
On the number 30,
yes.
On the number 30.
Driver cooling.
Is that cooling or is that sensors that they've just put on there for testing?
That is the cooling, the little cooling hatch that
So
everybody has.
they've
Red Bull
got two
decided
then?
to do a little two, two small ones rather than one large one.
And Ted, just you were talking earlier about the wishbone, the top wishbone on the Mercedes. Just looking at it there, is that the Red Bull one looks like it's mounted very high as well, isn't it?
Yes. So it's. I mean, Red Bull tends to be the most extreme in anti-dive at the front. Always has been. So Mercedes have copied them. So maybe it's more of a departure for Mercedes than it ever was for Red Bull. But the Red Bull lower wishbone, the rear one, is a little further down than the Mercedes one, but they're about equal height. I mean, you can't get higher, can you, Karun?
No.
Because then it'll be over the top of the bulkhead. But it'll be in the air. So we're having a good look at some of the pictures we've got of the Mercedes one. But interesting new concept for them.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks
by the way, Crofty.
Oh yeah, go on.
We had I forgot to say the most consequential, and you will think maybe least important one, but a lot of people are interested in it, about the Lewis Hamilton, which I don't think we've heard him say before, and that's the return of Angela Cullen, his physio.
Yes,
he
I
has
noticed
spoken
the
about
pictures.
that.
Why is she back?
I believe for the first time. So he didn't give any explanation as to why. Oh yes, he did actually. He said we've been through a lot. Of course, Angela was his physio at the time of 2021, that tumultuous season, wasn't she? And he said that she wanted to take some time out to be with her family and to go travelling. And I'm so pleased, he said, when I asked her to come back and be part of my team again, she agreed. And he said that was absolutely great. It's all about having a tight group of team around you. And I'm so happy that Angela is back in my corner. So, I know Angela is very popular. She's a character, and Lewis is as happy as everybody else is to see her back around garage car number 44.
Yeah, it's going to be great to meet up with Angela again. Always a happy, smiley face and always a good person to talk to, but more importantly, for Lewis Hamilton, a good confidant and an expert in getting him ship-shape and fit for each race and the season. I saw a picture of her, Karun. She was bringing Lewis's breakfast into the paddock this morning. Did you have someone to bring your breakfast in when you were racing?
It's one of the privileges, Crofty, when you are racing drivers, having somebody to do that for you. Yes.
Seriously.
There's a German man called Max Schoner. Of course, obviously, because we were a low-budget team, I had to share him with the other drivers. So poor old Max had to juggle 2 plates for us in driving.
Love it. I think I'd choose Colonel Saunders if I had someone to bring my breakfast into the paddock in a bucket.
Yeah, very good.
That's what I'd need. Charles Leclerc, last lap, 1:34.6, so he's not getting into the 1:32s. What are you studying on your screen?
Well, we've got some data that's just come through. I think we'll try and pull it up on the screen as we got some long runs here. So just look at this is Lewis Hamilton on the red trace versus George Russell in his former car, of course, at the Mercedes. And just looking at, one of the things we often talk about with Lewis is confidence under braking, right? And to me, this is interesting, is look at the red trace. He's able to go later than George. He's got a bit more straight line speed, but he hammers the brake pedal. It's a sharper, should we say, vertical drop.
Yeah.
Gets the car stopped, rotates it, and then accelerates out. He has if you look slightly further on to this bit here, he does have a little bit of a wobble on the way out. I think that's the kink of 3.
Yep.
Lose a bit of traction, but net he's gained nearly a quarter of a second just in the first corner, the first couple of corners. what's this replay off on the left of our screen there, Crofty? Is Liam Lawson down at turn 8? Okay, we'll come back to that. And then again in the middle part of the lap here, just looking at you know, the high-speed change of direction. Look at that. Lewis stops the car, and then it's like he's deliberately stopping it earlier. George trying to carry in a bit more, but it doesn't quite have the grip. Whereas Lewis stop, get the line right. He's able to carry, you know, by effectively making an earlier apex. Look at that point there. He's stopped it a bit earlier, then carries more apex speed, and that just allows him to use the line in the way that he wants. The front of the car responding in the way he wants. It just, you know, it's a sign that he's got confidence in the car. And again, if you look at, that's a trend we're seeing everywhere, really. You know, look further around the lap here as well. So that is, just to highlight, that is at the end of the back straight. So turn 11, same thing. Look, stops, gets the car stopped earlier, punches out of it, and gains a bit on the exit there. So, yeah, to me, this is a sign of a car that Lewis is able to play to his strengths.
Yeah.
He's able to brake, pitch the car on the nose, rotate it in a way that he wants, get that rotation in. We know right back to his Formula 3 days, even when I crossed paths with him, that was Lewis's biggest strength. Hammer the brake pedal, get the car really on its nose, and get that rotation on entry. And if he can do that, that makes him a very, very strong candidate out on track. So Ferrari, I think, will be encouraged to see not just pure lap time, but the trend and the way in which he's achieving that lap time. I'm not surprised that he's sounding pretty buoyant at the moment.
Lewis Hamilton achieving lap times, driving the way he wants to drive, not the way he has to adapt to drive.
Exactly.
Which is, if you're spending that much money on an asset, which is what Ferrari have done, seems a bit silly that they would give him something that he can't drive the way he wants to, but that is not always the most obvious way in Formula 1.
Yeah, exactly that. And just, you know, Leclerc now, I have to say, his race run compared to Norris's race run, not looking very good.
No, tyres have gone off a little bit towards the
end.
He's
over a second, generally been over a second slower than what, you know, Norris was firmly into the 32s by this stage. And
but was
Leclerc
this not the trend of the McLaren last year? That towards the end of a stint, their times were way better than the drivers around them. Always translate into victories, but you know, you knew they'd be coming back at you, or Max Verstappen often knew Lando would be coming back at him towards the end of a stint.
Yeah, and even if you'd say it's a different engine mode, a second, you know, Norris was firmly into the mid to low 32s at this stage. You know, Leclerc, if you factor in the fuel here, he's now done 46 laps of his Grand Prix, so 10 laps to go of his Grand Prix. It is interesting, isn't it?
It's fascinating. His next lap's gone even slower, but at 1:33.9.
Yeah, and Antonelli is actually helpfully also on a race run. So again, a good benchmark, and actually he's done the same first stint as Norris, 20 laps. Middle stint, 15 for him, 18 for Norris, not that different. And now he's just starting his third stint. So keep an eye on Antonelli as well, Crofty. He's in the 33s so far. So how much he's now done? A total of 37 laps.
You're in danger, you know, of, without realising it, talking up Lando Norris to be in a very good position to have a crack at a world title this year.
You mean when I said he was the favourite to win the championship this year, that wasn't enough?
Yeah, because you're now backing it up with science.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm just saying, you know, science doesn't lie.
The odds are plummeting even more.
I doubt it, but you never know. Actually, I might check that. While I do, Ted Kravitz, down to you.
Thank you, Crofty. Yes, down at Sauber, made my way down to the end of the pit lane. Wishing Mattia Binotto a return to full health, by the way. He's lost his voice.
Oh
dear.
He's lost his voice, which is why he was replaced in the press conference earlier with the technical director, James Key. So poor Mattia, the chill of Bahrain has not been kind to his throat.
I hope he hasn't been shouting at people.
Hopefully, I'm sure he hasn't been shouting at people. He might have been shouting encouragement about Gabriel Bortoleto, or Gabby, as he's known around the place, around the team. So if people are you hear people talking about Gabby, it's not someone. Well, we've got a production assistant called Gabby, haven't we?
We have.
She does our counting. It's not her. It's Gabby Bortoleto. So that's him.
So he's got two nicknames. He's got Gabby, and I think do his close friends call him Bibby?
Yes, Bibby as in Bibby Bortoleto.
Oh, they are.
I believe they do. So that's two sessions in a row that he's been quicker than Hulkenberg. But so I'll put that misleading line out there. The Bortoleto has outpaced Hulkenberg in both days of the pre-season test so far. But a big but, he's done the evening shifts when they tend to focus a bit more on performance. So that is a massive condition, and let's see what happens tomorrow when they swap round and it's Hulkenberg in the afternoon. But another but, if we think Gabriel Bortoleto or Gabby is as good as we think he is, then do we think he could be out qualifying guys, Hulkenberg, or out racing him?
Do you think
early on? Oh, you say no? I don't know. I think it's worth an early flutter maybe if you can get some good odds.
Look, I think he's an impressive man, an impressive driver. Bags of potential and talent, but Nico Hulkenberg as a qualifier last year was exemplary, I thought, in the Haas. What did he get? 10, 11 Q3 appearances?
Let's revisit this after Melbourne. Karun, are you going to go my way?
That's a bold thing to be saying. You're Ted. Of all the people I know on the planet, you are the biggest Nico Hulkenberg fan. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised by this.
Quickly
But
he turns.
He's turned. But from what
the problem is, he also loves Brazil properly, doesn't he?
From what you've seen of Bortoleto, Ted, in the last couple of days.
Yep. Yeah, I like him. I think he's mustard. I think he's very good.
Okay.
Right. Now Ted's got a new favourite driver.
He does.
And that is what I'm taking from testing here. Of all Karun's, and by the way, Lando Norris still hovering around 2-1, 5-2, something like that for the World Championship, with various different bookmakers. The odds haven't come plummeting in since you used science to tell us he was going to win. Well, I'll take that bit away, and then I'll take Ted and Gabby for the season. You realise the notebook will begin and end at Sauber at all times. Now he's got a favourite driver. And if Ted is right, then fair play to Ted Kravitz.
Yeah, and by the way, Leclerc, 8 laps to go of his Grand Prix, and he's back into the 134s.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to Norris in the 132s on a similar stint length. Let's see, Bortoleto, he's in his final stint. What's his last lap? Roughly 35.9. I mean, yeah, no, Antonelli was 33.8. So really, Norris is the outlier, because Leclerc and Antonelli, similar length of their stints, and they're within 2-3 tenths. Jack Doohan a little bit behind them into the low 35s, and he's now done, well, he's on a set of mediums, but he's now done 45 laps, so similar fuel, but on a different tyre. Yeah, Norris is the one who's like extraordinarily fast on his final stint.
Yeah, McLaren will struggle to hide that pace as lap by lap it becomes ever more impressive.
Well, yeah, we all get the same time sheet.
Yeah, well, exactly. You see, you almost hide it if others are doing a similar pace, but they're not. That's the thing. Lance Stroll just pitted. I think he's done 10 laps on a set of hard tyres. He was in the 136s, like high 136s. Doohan's in the high 134s. What else have we got out there? Leclerc low 134s, Antonelli high 133s, and Bortoleto 130 low 136. Oh, hello, Ted. We can hear you on air. Is there something going on at the Haas?
Sorry, you can hear me.
I could hear you on air, so I thought I'd bring you in.
That is a rhetorical question, with to which the answer, of course, can you have an answer to a rhetorical question? Is yes.
Yes.
There is something going on at the Haas.
Ted,
hang on.
What's going on at the Haas?
Is the answer. A rhetorical question is the answer to which you already know a question that you already know the answer to, is it not?
Well,
no.
I was basically responding to what we could hear of you saying, oh, there's something going on at the Haas.
Sorry. Yeah, always treat every microphone as it's live. So they're just changing the brake drums. You can see that they put the smallest of human walls up to try and turn away any cameras, but it's a 3-man human wall, and one of them's a woman. So
it's not going to deter you, is it?
It's not going to deter anyone. But yes, it seems to be a brake issue on the front. But shortly, I'm sure, Ollie will be back out. Can I just fill you in something else that Ayo Komatsu said today, which I thought was interesting, which I hadn't really been across, but maybe it will ring a bell with you, was that he felt that while last year's testing was all about solving the tyre degradation, which they largely did, this year's testing is also about that, but is also about operationally getting this team sharper, because Komatsu felt that the most points they gave away last year wasn't because they had a slow car, was because they threw away some of those points with operational mistakes. And that's been his focus, which I thought was really interesting. I mean, we kind of, Crofty Karoon, we knew when Haas dropped points here and there, but I wasn't aware of it being that bad.
I think he's talking about, and Crofty and I were talking about this over lunch actually, they've got an entire new engineering office, 2 new race engineers, new chief engineer, new chief strategist, and I think he is concerned about getting all of them to work and sing from the same hymn sheet. I think they struggled a little bit to recruit from outside. They lost Gary Gannon, Mark Slater's no longer there, and I think they've sort of struggled to recruit new experienced people, and they've had to promote relatively inexperienced people from within the team into senior roles, which is, I think, not ideal, and is a cause for a little bit of nervousness there.
I wonder if the cost cap's got anything to do with that as well, in terms of, and I don't think Haas are anywhere near the cost cap limit, but bringing people in from other motorsport series.
They are this year.
Oh, right. So there you go then.
Because this is the first year that also Gene Haas has not had to put any money into it, with the extra prize money and the Toyota money, but also they are at the cost cap.
So bringing people in from other motorsport series that are experienced, you can't necessarily pay what you want to, because you are tied and you are bound by that cost cap.
Yeah, I think so, but I think it's more, they were looking to get people from other F1 teams with F1 experience, and haven't been able to do that, mainly because nowadays teams are quite protective in terms of gardening leave time.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't get anyone with less than sort of 12 to 18 months gardening leave.
Well, Will Courtney, who was announced as going from Red Bull to McLaren, the race strategist, and coming into McLaren strategy, my understanding is he's not starting until the end of this year.
Well, he's going to be sitting on the Red Bull pit wall.
Yes, exactly.
Following strategy with a McLaren signed contract in his office somewhere.
And Red Bull are making him work the notice period.
Yeah, which is slightly extraordinary, really, isn't it? Because normally they sort of send off to tend the garden. I mean, Jonathan Wheatley's obviously on gardening leave at the moment. And
till April the 1st, is it?
Yeah, he's off on a safari at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah, I've got some pictures of him looking at giraffes the other day, and lions.
From a technical point of view,
no, just
what do you
do?
Great aero concept from a giraffe.
No, it's just what are you doing with your gardening leave? And there's a picture of a lion. He's on a night safari.
Excellent.
Good for him. He spent over 20 years, working every day and night.
This is Lando Norris using DRS and on a set of the C3 tyres, I think they are, as opposed to the C4.
Is this a push lap?
Well, it's his best first sector, albeit a little outside the time that he would need to get the best overall. That was a bit wide, wasn't it?
Weirdly, his lap delta doesn't seem to be updated or working. Look at the number in the top right corner. It's just staying at 0. So he hasn't got that reference lap. And the car, look how well the nose responded there. No understeer. But, compare contrast to what we saw the Ferrari earlier, where they were just struggling and having to wait on the front. The McLaren is really, really hooked up in these medium-ish speed corners. These 4th, 5th gear corners, which was their strength last year as well.
It's not going to translate into the best lap time, but you're right. Looks a nice car to drive, and he's
box.
He has come in. I actually think the Delta started working in the end.
He's doing are they doing pit stop practice? Yeah, Laura was talking about this earlier, wasn't it?
And you know what? This is where it starts now. That pit stop practice now gets the crews up and ready for the season, and then the practice comes race after race after race, and they just go over and over and over their pit stops. And what happens is, you get to the final race of the season, and Lando Norris comes in for his one and only pit stop, and he goes out in under 2.5 seconds, and there's no dramas, and he goes on to win the race and seal the Constructors' Championship, and that is what it's all about.
So, on the last lap, Leclerc and Antonelli both did a 34.1, and at similar points of their race distance. In fact, Leclerc probably is going to come in the pits now. He's done a full race distance. Antonelli, handful of laps behind him.
Daniel Fawcett says Lando's final stint was on C2, Charles on the C1. Does that make a difference?
Not that much. It shouldn't. I mean,
given that the
second a lap.
Given that there is a bigger step though between the C1 and the C2.
Maybe it may be, but I mean, is it a second step between them on a long run? Because what you would have if you've gone softer, I get the peak performance could be 7-8 tenths, which is normal between compounds, but then you get a drop off. My point is, at the end of his stint on the softer tyre, he was still going over a second a lap quicker than what the Ferrari and Mercedes are doing. So yeah, I don't know. I think everyone else will be hoping that is a tyre-related delta.
Tyre-related delta. We shall see.
Look, the understeer, and then it slaps an oversteer. You had so much lock at the apex that eventually it bites, and you get that pendulum where the rear then snaps out of line for Hajar. Again, there, understeer, then picks up the power, and the rear just not with him. So
that's a handful, that car, isn't it?
Doesn't look hooked up, does he? And he's on a fresh set of C4s here.
So should get the mechanical grip from the tyre.
Yeah.
Without too much of a problem. He'll carry on and finish the lap. Whilst 10th fastest and stays there. Second and a half off the pace. Lando Norris, by the way, did that pit stop practice and came straight back in again. Went out to the track, came straight back in. We have got about 13 minutes more running to do today, and then we'll get into the FIA test that they're doing. This is Isaac Hadjar through turn 11.
Yeah. There, turn, lots of steering lock, understeer, and then it bites there, and there's a snap.
How do you correct that? How do you set the car up?
Well, you need less understeer in it, so there's so many things you could do with tweaking the balance of the car, essentially. Is he new, Matthew Duval?
I think so, yeah.
Because their chief strategist has gone to Haas now, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't remember the lady's name off the top of my head.
I'm going to absolutely tell you, I hope. Karine Credley.
Right, there we go.
Who was the head of strategy at RB, as they were, and not now at Racing Bulls, as they are. How many team? It's a new name, 4th different name in 7 seasons. I make that Ted Kravitz for the team we all love to call Minardi.
Who, Toro Rosso?
Toro Rosso. I'm with you, Ted. I'm a Toro Rosso. My head's a Toro Rosso with you.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's the Italian team that is owned by Red Bull. Toro Rosso.
Correct.
It's the simplest thing in the world. Unless you want to flog the clothes brand, which is AlphaTauri. Okay, fine. But if you're finished doing that, then you might as well call it Toro Rosso, being indeed Italian and owned by Red Bull. Right, they're coming in for a pit stop. Someone who wants to get out for the last 15 minutes or so is Jack Doohan. And they're working very hard to do that. They've had quite a timely little technical issue to fix very deep into the engine bay. They've had to have the engine covers off, and the mechanics really sort of getting in there and having to replace a part and then fix it back together again. They've just done that. They took the opportunity just to make a little change to the front suspension as well while the car was being worked on at the back. So quite efficient work down here at Alpine. And I'm just waiting to see which tyre is on. Okay, still the C2 that he's on is Jack Doohan. So don't expect anything, but maybe he's got some fuel on there as well, so that'll put his lap times into context. But out he goes for the last 15 minutes of this day 2.
Thank you very much indeed. Oh, Karun Chandler just showed me a picture, and a lovely picture that was too. Oh, that's sweet. I like that. Thank you, Ted. Did you notice there? We just saw the Racing Bulls pit stop, and they all came rushing out, and all the mechanics have got their names on the legs of their trousers, and it seems they're all called the same name. So it's really, really quite useful.
I did not notice that. What were they all called?
Hugo, I think. It's interesting, that.
We've got to that point of the day, however, you're starting to lose the plot here.
Here's my mate Hugo. You met my other mate Hugo.
Fully gone into granddad joke territory now. This is when you start to lose the plot.
Listen, that happened years ago, mate. Don't worry about that. 15 minutes to go. 10 minutes of actual running. Carlos Sainz is back on the track. Carlos Sainz, who has the fastest lap of the day, Karun Chandler, with a 1:29.348, who on day 2 of the test last year set the fastest lap of the test in a different car.
Bahrain testing day 2 specialist, Carlos Sainz.
He is King Carlos for testing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sainz, Hamilton 1-2. That's a headline, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't it great?
I tell you what is cool though. Hamilton and Leclerc only 600ths apart.
Yeah.
Russell and Antonelli only 100th apart.
In the cool fastest times, absolutely. Yeah. Lawson ahead of Gasly.
Piastri and Norris 600ths between them. So there's lots of evenly matched teammates, is my point.
This, by the way, is Carlos Sainz's last day of testing.
Yeah.
Because he's done the full day today.
Actually, Gasly and Doohan as well, only 700ths.
Yeah.
So a lot of these teammates are really very closely matched.
I like it.
Bortoleto and Hulkenberg.
Bortoleto faster than Hulkenberg. That's where his head starts to go. Wild with jubilation. Right, here's Lando Norris. Take us through this lap, Karun Chandler. He's got the DRS open and he's hurtling towards turn 1.
Yeah, it used to be a big bump under braking, when that's been smoothed out now. Nose going nicely.
Still a little bump there.
It's a little one, but it's not big enough to now upset the car. Plus, they're now braking after the bump. So these cars are so impressive on the brakes there. Past the Oasis, up to turn 4, and then it drops downhill. Always tricky with traction there. The negative camber on the way up. Quarter of a second down on Sainz's time, but a personal best for Lando Norris. Got a bit more of that outside curb on the exit of 7 as he would have liked. That compromises braking stability for 8, 9 into 10, the toughest braking zone off the circuit, arguably off the calendar. But the car, the nose went nicely into the apex there. That was really impressive to see. He's heading up towards 11, look for the nose, going into the apex, and then watch. There's no hint of the understeer. He's able to pick the power up so early, and the rear just squats and fires himself up the hill faster than anybody in the middle sector of the lap. A little bit of understeer. It probably went in actually a bit too hot into 13, and that just pushed him a bit wide there, down towards the final braking zone. Does he finish the lap? Does he come in the pits for another pit stop? What do we do? Oh, he's gone wide. Yeah. He's gone wide there, and he's back into the pits as well for another practice stop.
That definitely made his mind up that he was coming in as he went too wide. But middle sector, that was electric. It's like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as the crew wait for the car to come in there. That was electric, that McLaren car in the middle sector.
It looks very hooked up, doesn't it? It looks very, very hooked up. So Antonelli is still droning along. What's he done here, Coffee? 51 laps for him. So he's got 6 laps left of his Grand Prix, and he's still in the high 33s. So nowhere close to the 32s that we saw from Norris.
Not at all. Lance Stroll's come back out again. Here is Antonelli. This will be going wide. Yeah, just couldn't slow the car down in time. Isaac Hadja, Carlos Sainz, Lance Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto and Jack Doohan currently on track with 11
Look at the front wing. Look at the
go.
front wing shaking. Wow, I tell you what, it'd be nice to see that again in the slow-mo. You could just see the amount of movement on the front wing there. Let me see, Carlos Sainz, this is an outlap. Oh, this looks like a new set. According to the timing graphic.
Could this be the
here.
C4s? Who's coming in?
Oh, maybe he's doing pit stop practice. Maybe it's just a different set for them to do. He's another one, hasn't he? He's got to identify a new pit crew at the other end of the pit lane.
Yeah. He's gone from red to blue, and there they are.
At least it's quite a big difference, isn't it? Remember when Lewis went from McLaren to Mercedes?
And it was next door.
Malaysia? He went to the wrong pit box, went back into the McLaren pit box. So they were sort of similar-ish colour.
Jensen did it as well, didn't he?
Did Jensen do the same?
Jensen did the same, I think he did.
I can't remember.
It does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll happen to Carlos.
I remember Lewis first year Mercedes did it.
Yeah.
But they were next to each other in the same colours. At least here it's quite different, isn't it? Oh, yeah, the pit limiter on there, so that start didn't quite work out.
No, it didn't.
Forgot to turn off the pit limiter.
But that he's going to have to get used to a brand new steering wheel and where all the buttons might be in a different place than the Ferrari one. And I'm assuming they are, because Lewis has changed a few things on his steering wheel.
It was interesting to hear his comments after the first shakedown day that actually he felt the biggest change going from Ferrari to Williams was on the power unit side.
Mm-hmm.
He felt like the Mercedes power unit had very different characteristics. Bearing in mind, of course, didn't he have the Mercedes power unit at McLaren before he went to Ferrari? They'd switched from Renault to Mercedes.
Yeah, I think they had at that stage.
So, it's a sign of he's obviously gotten used to the Ferrari one in those 3 years that he had there.
And you think, well, those engines won't have changed much, will they? Because they've been homologated. Except you can change it for reliability issues.
Yes. Reliability issues in quotes, by the way. Tongue firmly in cheek for that.
Yeah. With extra reliability comes a little more performance.
Now, look at the front wing when he gets on the curb and just watch how much it oscillates and bounces around there. Look at the car. He starts hopping on the curb and there you can just see the amount of movement. Look at that.
Which is not surprising given, these curbs are not flat, and this is why at places like Austria we see the curbs shredding wings from time to time. Right. Glad to say that we're getting plenty of running in as we approach the end of this second day of testing. Still time though to head down to the pit lane. Ted Kravitz.
I thought I'd throw a final thought your way, Crofty.
I love that.
And I'd start with saying, there was rain, but rain did very much not stop play here. And I think day two has really shown that the cars are starting to show what they've got there. The headline time, Carlos Sainz, but that was a pure qualifying session. It was meant to be a pure qualifying session. It was the softest. It was the C3. Not they could have gone softer, but they didn't. But it was a problem. Oh, Lando's just gone out on a new set of C3. This is going to be interesting. So Carlos doing a proper qualifying. That's why he's at the top. But then, that's a decent race. That's a decent race run, and it's a decent qualifying time. Whichever car you're in, that is a decent qualifying time, and it's caught the eye of quite a few teams up and down the pit lane. But Lando Norris, what a great race run that seems to be, before we go forensically into it. As you've been saying, Karun's been saying, that looked like a very solid race run for him. Question marks over Leclerc and Ferrari's race run, as we've been saying, but Hamilton comfortable in the car, and we're seeing that it's going to be so tight. Lando has it right this morning when he was saying there are going to be 2/10 potentially between 8 cars and 4 teams, and so that is my story of the day, Crofty.
Yeah,
how tight it is at the top. Maybe you ignore the Sainz headline time, but the Hamilton one for P2 is important. And then, just seeing where the rest of them shake out. But, well done, Liam Lawson. Well done, Carlos Sainz. Next up for them, Melbourne, free practice 1.
Correct. Yes, they've got 6.5 minutes to go. I'm not ignoring the Carlos Sainz time because it's perfect symmetry. Last year's fastest time could be this year. Fastest time by a driver could be the same driver set the fastest time this year. We never know. Right, Karun Chandler. I knew Jensen Button had done it, had gone into the wrong pit box. And I had it in the back of my mind that it was China. And there was a reason why. Joshua Birch is reminding me of this one. And it was just one of those moments that you couldn't script it. So we're in the race. This was back when I was we were on BBC Radio, back in the day. And they wanted to do a shot over my shoulder, an Ant's shoulder, looking down into the pit lanes. We've got a great view of the pit lane and the commentary boxes in China. And I said, yeah, would you mind? I said, yeah, no problem. Come on in. So the commentator came, the cameraman came in. And obviously, in our headphones, we have got our voices and the sound effects from the world feed. And as they cut to me, the sound effects of the world feed is me. But of course, it's me delayed. So I'm talking, and then I'm hearing myself the same word about a second and a half later, because it's had to travel all the way around the world to come back again and then into my ears because it's the sound effects. At the same time, Jenson Button then goes into the wrong pit box, and it all got really confusing because I couldn't understand a word that I was saying.
Nobody can understand what you're saying most of the time.
Quite, but when you can hear yourself, it's fine. Otherwise, it just gets a bit of gobbledygook on that one. So that's the story on that one, Joshua. Yes, he did, and I remember it very, very well. But Karun looked at me a bit blankly when I said Jenson did it. Yeah. It was one of those moments you couldn't script it because he came in at exactly the wrong time for himself and for me as a commentator as well. What are you showing me here?
Thank you to Alex from Autosport, who helpfully reminded me Sainz never got the Merc engine at McLaren. It came when he left for Ferrari, so he was still with the Renault engine.
So he had double Renault.
So he's had Renault, Ferrari, and now Mercedes power units.
First time with a Mercedes power unit.
Yeah.
And Carlos Sainz, who is on his 5th different team in 10 seasons.
Yes. Yeah, but you know what? I hear that, but then you have to go into it, isn't it? He moved from Toro Rosso to Renault, and that was a good move because he couldn't see the progression of Red Bull. Yep. That was a sensible thing to do. Moving to Ferrari at the time from McLaren seemed like absolutely the right thing to do. Ferrari were far ahead. What's the other one I'm missing? Moving from Renault to McLaren, also sensible, I think, at that time. So actually, they've all been sensible moves, and this one, his hand has been forced, really.
Correct.
So, the red flags come out. This is a test, by the way. Nothing's actually gone wrong.
The safety car was deployed. The red flag has now been thrown, and I think it'll be a little bit like it was at the end of the morning session, where the cars will come into the pits. There will then be a green light, and they'll be able to come back out again. But this time, ladies and gentlemen, unlike the standing starts, we're going to get a
rolling start.
See, Karun Chan looked straight on the money with that one. With a rolling starts, cars will complete the lap, and then they'll get to stop on the grid at the end of that lap to do a practice start, as if it were like a normal practice session.
You know what? It's one of the rules that I have really enjoyed. The change recently is the standing start after a red flag.
Yeah,
it gives us a great bit of excitement, doesn't it?
Even if there's only 2 laps to go.
Well, you talking about the Baku year?
Or the Australia year.
Australia year, yes, forgot about that one. Yeah, but it's true though, isn't it?
Superb.
It gives us something special.
I don't think the drivers necessarily liked it in Australia that time. Certainly the two Renault teammates, or were the Alpine teammates of Gasly and Albon.
Oh yeah, that was so bad for them, wasn't it? They were on course for like 4th and 5th or something at that point as well, wouldn't they?
It would have been
and Fernando was on course for a good result.
Gasly had a super race as well. Fernando Alonso was right. And I think it
all got messy.
It got very messy. So right, here we go. Liam Lawson then. That's your testing done, Liam Lawson. So 91 laps Liam Lawson has done today, coupled then with yesterday's running where he put in 58 laps. That's 149 laps for Liam Lawson.
I've not seen a race distance there.
No.
They have not done a full race distance. And I'm a little bit, if I was Red Bull, I'd be a little bit uncomfortable with the pace of the McLaren and the pace and you know, the pace that both Mercedes and Ferrari have shown. They've shown they're very nip and tuck. No, I'm not convinced that the Red Bull is right there yet.
Red Bull said earlier the reason why Liam's car was in the garage for so long. We racked up a little bit of mileage today. The car needs an occasional service between runs. They haven't racked up that much mileage.
I mean, they've done 91 laps, so fair play. They've done
Carlos Sainz has done 127.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that.
And if you look at Ferrari...
You have to add the numbers up for the others, don't you?
Well, look at Ferrari, 128 between Hamilton and Leclerc. Look at Mercedes, 158 between George Russell and Kimi Antonelli. Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll, just over 100. 102 for them. Ocon and Behrman, 135. They've done not a lot of laps.
Well, they've done the least mileage of any team today. That part is indisputable. So
correct. Yeah, we say about McLaren not doing a huge amount. Piastri and Norris between them, 121.
Yeah. So that's still more than. They've basically done an extra half Grand Prix distance more than Red Bull.
Yeah. Formation lap starts now. And away they go. Isaac Hadjar leads the cars to the grid. Any chance they get to do a practice start, they'll do it, and Liam Lawson will just hang back a little touch. Before leaving the pit lane. So you'd be worried if you were Red Bull, you'd be happy if you were McLaren and the performance this afternoon of Lando Norris?
I think you'd be delighted with McLaren. The car just looks very driver friendly, it looks quick, it looks predictable. It's got all the traits that a driver wants. So yeah, I think McLaren will be very happy. I don't think Mercedes or Ferrari will be too disappointed, but equally they'd be concerned about the McLaren pace. So here they are, getting a bit of temperature, pretending it's a start, aren't they? Hadjar. This is all good practice for him, actually. For a rookie, just to get a feeling of how all of this is getting going through the procedures. You don't want any surprises, because guess what? When we get to Melbourne, there's a very high chance of a safety car and a restart and a rolling start over there.
This is where you need your race engineer to help you, guide you through it on the day as well, and you're best advised to, if in doubt, just listen to the instructions from them on the pit wall. Now this is a rolling start. It just looks like they're going flat out. One with DRS.
Yeah.
It's not much of a rolling start.
Well,
where's the rest of them?
Where's the rest of them, and where's the safety car?
Well, to be fair to Charles Leclerc, Liam Lawson hung back a little bit.
But has it got DRS open?
Well, it's not really much of a rolling start if you've got DRS open.
Well, you also shouldn't be using DRS when there's a red flag.
Well, there is that. But we shouldn't have a red flag if we're on a formation lap.
I don't know properly.
The red flag should have gone when we went out on a formation lap.
I hear you.
When you're FIA president,
you
stop all of this nonsense.
Okay.
When are you going to be a president again?
I don't know. Okay. Probably never. I like swearing too much.
Sorry?
I like swearing too much.
Well, thank you for keeping it clean this afternoon. That much I do appreciate. This was the moment. Charles Leclerc behind Isaac Hadjar down the straight, opens his DRS. To be fair, there were green lights on the gantry over the start-finish line. It was not. I'm not seeing red flags on the side of the track. To be fair to Charles Leclerc, he's not going to get into trouble. Don't worry. But we're just rolling down now to get to the start-finish straight where they're going to stop. And Isaac Hadjar will get to pull away from pole position here, because you've got to stop on the furthest available. Now, see, now the lights are on red, indicating stop on the grid. Because the session has officially ended. So you can do your start You do your practice start like you would at the end of a normal practice session, and then you can get going and get into the garage and have your debrief at the end of the day. And for Isaac Hadja, he has done 94 laps this afternoon, which is a fair amount actually. He's done nearly 48 laps more than Yuki Tsunoda did in the morning session. And he comes back tomorrow for a morning session on day 3 of this test. Yes, days 1 and 2 gone, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more day of winter testing, and then we can all get down to Australia and it gets a bit serious again. Lawson pulling over to the side a bit there. Let someone through. Isaac Hadja's away. Charles Leclerc's away. Liam Lawson's now away. There's Lando Norris. Let's have a look at his practice start. Building up the revs. Bit of wheel spin in third gear, which is not unusual.
No, you're trying to put 1,000 horsepower down onto the ground on a track that is only 15 degrees now. There's not a lot of grip out there.
That's the truth. Thank you very much, Karun Chandok.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Yeah, fancy doing it all over again tomorrow?
Sure, I'll come back.
Excellent. That's a relief.
Mainly because the lunch is great down here.
He's back for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, if nothing else, and we're back for a full day of testing tomorrow. But for today, Carlos Sainz takes the headline of the fastest time of the day, just as he did in his Ferrari on day 2 in 2024's test. He was 0.03 of a second ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton and Charles Leclerc, the two Ferrari drivers, separated by about 0.5 of a second. George Russell and Kimi Antonelli separated by 6/1000th of a second, and Stroll, Lawson, Doohan, Gasly and Isaac Hadja completing the top 10. Outside of the top 10, Fernando Alonso for Aston Martin ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. They were driving in the morning. Oscar Piastri was too. Lando Norris wasn't really doing performance runs to complete a lap, but did set the fastest middle sector on one of his laps that ended in a quick pit stop practice. Bortoletto ahead of Hulkenberg, Ocon ahead of Behrman, and that is the order for today. We continue with one more day of testing tomorrow. Friday session starts Bahrain time, 10 to 10. The afternoon session, 5 to 3. Wherever you are in the world, make a note of those times and translate it to where you are. It's an early start if you're in the UK. I'll be up along with you as well. Can't wait for tomorrow. So far, Antonelli and Hamilton and Sainz have been the fastest. What will come tomorrow? Who knows? Why don't you come and join us? Sakia Testing will be back. Thank you for your company today. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.
you can see it. Okay. I don't need to let you know. You stick with the plan, no attack for now.
Every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. It's kind of slow, mate. Okay, copy.
yellow, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. It's turn 10.
I can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn. can see it. Okay. I don't need to let you know. We stick with the plan, no attack for now.